Ti dal link?
Eric, your presentation. Please, yes. You are in the morning part.
Okay. There's a catalog saying Postojna 2023, and inside there is a PowerPoint.
Okay, but there are other things as well which you should include. No, don't. Come on. It's just strange files.
Da boš ti?
Can I?
No, thank you.
Where? You have a map?
No, wait a minute. There is a catalog. Where is the
Postojna?
sorted? Postojna, yeah, that one. Open that one. Subglacial CO2.
Okay. So, to dam na desktop?
Tu na desktop, zadnji one. Jaz spodaj glede.
Can you just open it so you see what it is working? Very well.
Super, it's great.
Se ga blagoslovi z nacionalnimi in lokalnimi simboli.
Tega boš dal pa na drugo stran, ga bomo dal pa na mestu. First one, so you want to message this? Yes,
Na desktop?
yeah. Yes, that's all.
Just a second. Okay. Eject. Kjera? Aha, v živo smo zdajle, lahko ti v bistvu pokažem. Čak. V živo smo lihkar. Evo, to je zdaj v živo. Zvok se sliši. Ja, zdaj bi jaz samo rad pogledal, zakaj mi ne kažete kamere. Ja, ta dela se. Tle mi da, če dam window capture. Aha, zdaj pa je. Ja. S temi ključki ga nekaj sesuje, ja. Kaj čem pol tole streamat? But normally if you say no, it just
You see. If it goes something wrong, it will go. Oh. Va. No. Okay. Oh, Madonna. Che paura. Devi... Demo.
hopefully the scanning and repairing doesn't destroy the file.
You will see.
This is the thing that concerns me. This is why I always say no.
Yeah. And that's the reason why we wait so much. No. Oh. Ne cattivi? Oh, porca puttana. Come on. Scanning and repairing. Demo. No. Covington, huh? Yes.
At some point we should check that it's okay, but
No, we will do that later. Just a minute. Wait. Ja, USB intake. Awesome. Crkam na kamera, ne? Zdaj gremo na uvod. Kje imamo uvod? Kaj uvod je že laufa? To je to. Ne. To ni.
ja je.
To je dobro, samo moramo gledati.
Ok, zdaj pa sem še na OBS.
Čakaj, tu bi pa ti. Kaj je že to? Je.
Spoštovani, dobrodošli na Mednarodni krstoslovni šoli Klasični Kras. Distinguished guests, Mr. Abu Amani, Director of the Division of Water Sciences and Secretary of Intergovernmental Hydrological Program UNESCO. Representatives of the Embassy of People's Republic of China in Slovenia, Mrs. Liu Chunyan, First Secretary, and Mr. Cao Binghui, a Deputy Chief on Mission and Political Counselor. Professor Darko Štrajn, Vice President of the Slovene National Commission of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the 30th International Karstological School, organized under the patronage of UNESCO. We are very glad that we are together again. Thank you for supporting International Karstological School and development of karstology with interesting presentation and fruitful discussions. Also this year, prominent karstologists will share the experience from our wonderful mission, understanding the karst and development of life on it. We would like to thank you, the members of our National Commission of UNESCO, for cooperating in all years of Karstological School. Besides celebrating the 30th anniversary of the school, we have presented also 75 years of the development of the Research Institute, Karst Research Institute, of the Research Center of Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts. In the book, the books are waiting for you, please take it. Almost half of Slovenia is a karst. More than half of the waters for our supplying is from karst aquifers. With cavers, we have collected data about 15,000 Slovenian caves in the cave register. Kras has given the name for the landscapes developing on the carbonate rocks, and with its description, karstology has started to develop. So in a classical karst, we are committed to develop classical comprehensive karstology. We are developing the most important part of the karstology and connect them into the understanding of three-dimensional karst landscapes. We have established doctor study of karstology, which is also UNESCO chair on karst education. A lot of excellent scientific presentations are in front of us, so interesting meeting and pleasant stay on Slovene karst. I would like to ask Mr. Abu Amani to say a few words for us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Excellencies, colleagues, invited guests, I'm very pleased to be here with you today on this occasion. But let me do first my duty of protocol of recognizing high dignitary with us. So I would like to start with thanking the Vice President of the UNESCO National Commission of Slovenia, Dr. Darko Štrajn. So thank you for being with us. Also, I would like also to recognize Dr. Otto Luta, the Director, Scientific Research Center, Academy of Slovenia. And also, I want also to recognize Dr. Tadi Sabe, the head of the Karst Research Institute, and also representative of Embassy of China. Thank you all for being with us today. So all protocol observed. So all on your ranking, I'm really appreciating your presence today. I'm honored and delighted to represent UNESCO to this celebration of the 30th anniversary of the International Karstological School under the auspice of UNESCO. On behalf of UNESCO, I would like to congratulate the International Karstological School and all those who have contributed to this very important milestone, because I know that we have many people behind throughout those 30 years in helping to raise awareness on this very, very important landscape, karst and caves. I want also to sincerely thank the International Union of Speleology for inviting UNESCO for this celebration, and also for the warm hospitality I have been enjoying since I joined this very green, beautiful Slovenia. This is my first time in Slovenia, and as someone coming from an arid and semi-arid land, seeing all this green area, I'm very enjoying it. I'm very pleased to be here. We all know the critical importance of karst and cave landscape for the life of people, because of the place they have in contributing to provide livelihood, in contributing to provide water supply to communities, in contributing to preserve the heritage. So for all of those things, karst have been playing a critical role. Regarding the issue of water, we know that many of those karsts and caves have underground water. I can say river, but from our terminology, we are saying underground water, making them, even though sometimes we are saying groundwater is invisible, making them some way visible, but they are in the ground. And many areas of the world are relying on those resources. And it's very, very important that we preserve, we conserve, we protect this very rich heritage for current generation and the future generation. We need also to recognize the role of karst acting as sink. It means that this is an opportunity also, by protecting them, preserving them, to store dioxide vis-a-vis the issue of mitigation on climate change. Within UNESCO, karst are an integral part of many UNESCO's programs. And we have been providing to UNESCO's member states for more than 50 years now support in terms of research, education, scientific and cultural cooperation across borders, by highlighting the critical importance of karst and caves. Let me highlight at least two important programs within UNESCO. Those programs are dealing directly with karst and cave issues. First, the UNESCO International Geoscience and Geopark Program, during which for the last 30 years also, activity in karst field have attracted more than 500 scientists from around 40 countries, contributing to improve our understanding of those landscapes. Also, the established chair on karst education in 2014, which has been renewed at the University of Nova Gorica, has become a global reference in its field of expertise by carrying out a wide range of activities offering research training, information and documentation on Karst education as well as earth science and humanity. Now, under the UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, which I'm in charge, currently we are implementing the 9th phase of the program on the importance of science for a water secure world in a changing environment. Within the framework of the WAMAP initiative, World Karst Aquifers map has been updated and an improved Mediterranean Karst Aquifers map produced. Also, we have been initiating the 2nd phase of the project on Dinari Karst Aquifer system, where we will promote the working collaboration among the countries sharing this very, very important landscape for better management of data resources. So I want to take this opportunity really to recognize the leadership of Slovenia in promoting transboundary water cooperation, because water is shared among countries, and countries must work together in order to preserve and to better manage their common water resources. Another program in which Karst and cave are playing critical importance within UNESCO concerns the UNESCO World Heritage. As you know, in the UNESCO World Heritage and the Natural Design Site, UNESCO recognizes also the cultural and natural importance of karst and cave systems, and hundreds of them are protected in the World Heritage Convention or as biosphere reserves or as geopark. So you can see how those landscapes are playing critical importance in UNESCO's work. So celebrating the 30th anniversary, please let's recognize the importance and significance of karst systems in our world by making it more visible, by helping to value karst and caves. So we should jointly work together towards a sustainable development practices that ensure the preservation and the responsible management of this valuable landscape. Through the effort of UNESCO and its programs, we can work collectively to better understand, protect, value, and harness the potential of karst, contributing to a more sustainable and prosperous future for all. As follow-up to the International Year of Karst and Cave, UNESCO is committed to work with all of you in continuing raising awareness and improving our knowledge of this very important landscape. So, by ending, congratulations for the 30th anniversary, and we are looking forward to strengthening our cooperation in making more visible and more valuable karst and cave system. So I want to wish you fruitful discussions and important connection among yourself, and really let's work together to popularize and make visible and valued karst and caves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramani. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Darko Štrajn, Vice President of the Slovenian National Commission for UNESCO, to give a short speech. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. My speech indeed will be short. And yes, I'm very honored to be able to extend my greetings to this very important event. Let me say that in the name of Slovenian National Commission for UNESCO, that the president, Dr. Irena Mlinarić, was not able to come, although she would like to, but it happened so. So you have to be satisfied with just the vice president. So, and dear guests, distinguished guests, and all distinguished participants, I would like to say that Slovenian National Commission was always very supportive for these activities, for all the programs in the framework of the Karstology. And as you can see, there is 30 years from the establishment of the of the school of for Karstology, and that is something that was, of course, let's say the part of work of the Slovenian National Commission from its beginning. As you know, the Slovenian National Commission was established after Slovenia became a recognized state. As I said, the Slovenian National Commission was always proactive, had a proactive attitude towards Karstology, and it was made possible that in the due course of events, these Karstology was let's say improved, further improved by special graduate school or doctoral study school in the cooperation of the University of Nova Gorica and, as it was already mentioned, the Research Institute of Research Center of Academy of Sciences and Art in Slovenia. As I said, that Slovenian National Commission worked and supported and provided, let's say, the connections with UNESCO and so on for these studies from the beginning, and I cannot now go into many details and to mention many people that helped this effort to become so fruitful. And maybe I would just say that Mrs. Zofia Klemen-Krek, as the first General Secretary of National Commission of UNESCO, was was working very hard to bring these studies of karst and so on to such marvelous results. So in maybe less formal let's say register, I would say something about karstology, not as an expert in this field, but as a scholar in humanities. And it is one of the, maybe for some curiosity, that in Slovenia karstology makes part of humanities. Of course, one can imagine that these humanities have many strong relationship also with natural sciences, but as a science, as a scientific, let's say, subdiscipline, karstology is making part of humanities. And why is that so? Maybe I could say that maybe we are a little bit closer to Greece. And as you know, Greece was the place where all sciences began, first under the name of philosophy. And a great Greek, old Greek philosopher, Plato, described his admirable philosophy with an allegory about the cave. It is very known that Plato, this allegory of cave, describes what is the mission of philosophy. In his description, which is very known, of course, the cave is a place of darkness from which one goes up and reaches the exit from the cave, where one comes to light. And the light is instrumental as for seeing the truth. And of course, without this darkness of the cave, the truth would not be so visible as a contrast to the darkness. So when we descend into the caves, we are always in a process of bringing our eyes back to truth. So thank you very much. I wish you great success of your work for these days, and please be sure that National Commission of Slovenia will support the Karstology and your work in these institutions, which were already mentioned, as much as it can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Strajn. Now please welcome the Director of Scientific Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Professor Dr. Otto Lutar.
Hvala lepa. Spoštovane kolegice, spoštovani kolegi, spoštovano močno predstavništvo UNESCO z gospodom Abom Amanijem na čelu in podpredsednikom UNESCO v Sloveniji in seveda z gospo Marjutko, ki jo vedno radi vidimo na naših srečanjih. In seveda vedno smo veseli, če nas v takih trenutkih spremljajo tudi kolegice in kolegi z kitajskega veleposlaništva. S Kitajsko, kot mnogi od vas veste, imamo že skoraj 30-letno res trdno sodelovanje. Kot bom povedal potem v angleščini, želim ne samo poudariti pomembnosti obletnice, okrogle obletnice, temveč se bom dotaknil, kot boste videli, tudi nekaterih drugih. Da pa se ne bi ponavljal, bom zdaj prešel v angleščino. Torej, I too am very glad to welcome you to the latest edition of International Karst Summer School, not only because of the 30th Jubilee, but because of the post-COVID revival of the live meetings. Although we have eagerly adapted ourselves to the new ways of doing research, dividing our time between work at home and work at the institutes or in universities, it became quite clear and quite soon that we actually very much need the routine work meetings and collective rethinking of the research questions. And I would say this is particularly true for those of you whose research is based on field work. Besides this, I would like to stress the partnerships and experiences my colleague of the Institute for Karst Studies, together with some of you, have created and gathered during the last 3 decades. Preparing the programs for each summer school over the years, they, together with you, have managed to assemble an impressive network of partner institutions and gathered a lot of precious experiences. And these partnerships are not limited only to the region. On the contrary, the whole network became global right at the beginning and now includes partners, institutions, and individuals from the countries all over the world and all over Slovenia. And I'm particularly glad of this later facts and because of the collaboration with University of Nova Gorica, with whom we run, as it was already stressed, the joint PhD program in Karst Studies. In a global context, however, I would like to point out the lasting collaboration with Yunnan University in Kunming, the collaboration that goes back for more than quarter century. Convinced that all these collaborations are going to evolve, I wish you a productive meetings and excursion and an overall pleasant stay in Slovenia. Let me finish with a personal note, one that reflects the duration of the summer school. In a long durée perspective, 30 years is not much, but in a life on an individual, it's quite a lot. Particularly if we think of the lives of creative people like, for example, Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, or trio of the greatest Slovenian poets, Srečko Kosovel, Dragutin Kete, or Josip Murn. Each of them has left an important imprint in either national or international global culture, but none of them has reached the 828. So, speaking of 30 years, it can be much and not so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our Associate Professor, Dr. Nadia Zupan-Haina from the Karst Research Institute as the President of the International Union of Speleology. Please, Nadia.
Dobro jutro, good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. I welcome you on behalf of the International Union of Speleology, which has supported the international Karst schools from very beginning. This is not surprising, since the International Union was founded in 1965 in Slovenia, where it has also been officially registered since 2002, and has its headquarters at the Karst Research Institute in Postojna. The UIS is a non-profit, non-governmental organization that can you bring another slide, please? That promotes interaction between academic and technical speleologists to develop and coordinate international speleology and in all its scientific, technical, cultural, and economic aspects. In 2023, the UIS has 57 member countries across the 5 continents, involving tens of thousands of cave scientists and explorers who meet every 4 years for the international speleological congresses. Today's participants here include some past UIS Bureau members like Derek Ford, Paul Williams, Pavel Bosak, Stein Erik Lauritsen, and Andrej Mihevc, who is participating online, and as well as Vice President of the Union, Zdenek Motička, and Treasurer of the Union, Mladen Garasic. They are all external collaborators of the Karst Research Institute and supporters of the International Karst School for many years. The International Union has just successfully completed its International Year of Caves and Karst 2021. That was a big project which was extended to 2022 due to the COVID pandemic. The goal of the UIS International Year was to promote, support, and facilitate cave and karst exploration, scientific research, management, education, and exploration at the international level, and to enhance international cooperation, since caves and karst occur everywhere on our planet. They are estimated to cover over 25% of the world's landscape. About 1.2 billion people live in karst areas, and karst aquifers provide nearly 20% of the world's drinking water, which include the largest springs on Earth. Caves and karst host many of the most diverse, important, and rare ecosystems, supporting ecological diversity above and below ground. The world's most significant cultural and archaeological sites are often located in karst and non-karst caves. Hundreds of caves around the world are open to tourism. More than 90 World Heritage Sites and more than 70 UNESCO Global Geoparks have been established in whole or in part because of caves and karst. Yet few people are aware of or understand the great value of this unique landscape. Few scientists and natural resource managers are properly trained to study or manage them. Many governments are not at all familiar with caves and karst and are unaware of their great importance and potential risk. At the same time, specialized cave and karst conferences are now commonplace, and national cave and karst research institutes have been established in 8 countries around the world. One of these conferences is also the International Karst School, where about 100 participants meet each year to share their knowledge. This year we have 180 registered people, so it's a great meeting. But also, our work is also gaining recognition in many countries. For example, our colleague, Professor Paul Williams, is one of this year's recipients of the New Zealand Order of Merit, recognizing his many contributions to understanding of New Zealand's physical landscape. So congratulations, Paul. Da daš naslednji, prosim. In many countries, caves are part of the natural heritage and are protected by various laws and regulations, but the threats to karst and caves are increasing day by day, making their protection necessary. For this reason, the International Union of Speleology, with your help, as well as help of countries and international organizations dealing with caves and karst, would like to propose to UNESCO to proclaim in the near future the UNESCO Caves and Karst Day, in order to raise awareness amongst the stakeholders and about the existence of this natural phenomena and of the importance of understanding the natural processes and the need for their protection and sustainable use. Raising awareness is one of the essential for the protection. Therefore, the UIS would like to propose to UNESCO to proclaim Caves and Karst Day as a global day of education, protection, and public awareness of caves and karst. And we are looking for your support. So we are very grateful and very happy that our school got the patronage of the General Director of UNESCO over this school. And also we are very grateful to Mr. Abu Amani to come to share this opening and celebration with us, and also to support our try to really raise awareness of caves and karst. So, in conclusion, I wish you a good conference, excursions, and friendly meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Professor Dr. Franci Gabrušek from the Karst Research Institute, in behalf of the organizing committee of the 30th International Karstological School. Please, Franci.
Dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, participants, I'm here to say a few words about the school, about its 30 years and about its concept. So, actually to entertain you a little bit. Next slide. I was often asked, how many students do you have? And how many teachers? And I also say, well, the same number of students and teachers because we are all both. And our students are from 20 to 90, and our teachers as well, 20 to 90, as you can probably see on this picture. So the concept, the term school is maybe not, I thought in the past that maybe it's not the best term for what's happening here, because you could call it congress or symposia. But if you think a school as a place or environment when ideas interact and where people learn and teach at the same time, then this is a perfect name for what we want to have here, school. And next slide, please. Yeah, the concept of the school hasn't changed much from 1993. So we have lectures, field trips, and of course social events. We always select a topic of the year, which is changing over the last 30 years. And on Monday is hard, it's a whole day lecture day, continuing with posters and with open discussions. And Tuesday, Wednesdays, morning lectures, afternoon field trips. Field trips are always linked to the topic of the year. We tend to have field trips on classical karst or dynamic karst to present the sites here in Slovenia, to present it to the world audience if you want. And of course we cannot forget the Thursday evening's reception, which is now even spiced with a concert. And Friday's excursion is also full day. We switch between two classical sites, the catchment area of Ljubljanica and Kras, each year one of them. So those participants which are new have chance to see really those classical features in Slovenia. So the goals are written in there. So we want to promote classical karst, of course, and we want to add to something to the advancement and promotion of karstology as a science. And of course to strengthen the karst community, and I think the karst community is one of the rare scientific communities where people will really interact friendly. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, we have, of course, we've always had supporters. Among organizers, I would say UNESCO is already a part of the organization team. They support us since ever. Well, Slovenian Research Agency, Postojnska Jama is always offering entry, Regional Park Škocjanske Jame, and the municipality of Postojna, which somehow lives with us and offers us this place where we can have lectures. So, next slide. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about classical karst, you know, it's part of the name of the event, International Karstological School, Classical Karst. We are somewhere in the center of classical karst, between, let's say, Ljubljana, Trieste, and Reka. And this is the area when scientific studies of karst features and really started, and it has a long history. So I think everybody who is doing something on karst should sooner or later visit us. Next slide. Yeah, okay. So this is somehow the list of topics which we've had in the last 30 years. So we started more or less with the features, polias, dolines, shaft, caves, collapse dolines, and then we also transferred to the concepts, ideas, to fields, subfields of studies, and so on. So the school's always been here in Postojna, except for the first one, which was in Lipica, and fourth one was in Bovec on Alpine karst. And unfortunately, there was a COVID non-school in 2020, but there was a COVID online school in 2021, which was spread worldwide. So now it's 2023, approaches and conceptual models, and I'm sure that we will persist, and I hope you will persist with us as well. So next slide. Yeah, it's really international. So It's over 50 can you continue? Okay. So it's over 50 countries, people from over 50 countries have visited us in the last 30 years. Oh no, that's one digit too much, over 3,800 participants. But I must say that some of them are counted 30 times. So it's a brute number. So it's not a net number, but it really, as you see, we are covering practically all continents, all types of cars, and most of the countries. 30 schools in 30 years instead of 31 because one was COVID. So next slide, Jan. Yeah, that's field trips are really the focus of this school because field trips, I would say the earth scientists really start to interact when they are on the field. And we have shown this 30 times, and this is in '96, a lot of known faces at the bottom of Abisso di Trebbiano, 326 meters deep shaft. Everybody went down the steep ladders, it's not. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is, of course, unfortunately, this year, Andrei Michielc cannot guide us anymore to the field, but he's online, so let's greet him. Andrei has been a legendary field guide, and we will never reach the perfectness of his guidance. So I'm sorry, you have to cope with us, but we have learned something from him, I hope. So next slide, please. Yeah, this is, in the last years, few people have left us. One of them was our dear colleague and one of the initiators of car school, Andrei Kranz, who left us in January. And next slide. We really feel sorry for Alexander Klimchuk. He was a long-time participant of the school, supporter of the school, and of course one of the front men in karst and caving community. And yeah, sad news came about a month ago that he is no longer with us. And next slide. And our longtime participant, legendary Swiss caver, René Scherer, who spent nights in the mattress of the Institute's corridors during school, even, at his respectful age, who went with his Volvo non-stop from Slovenia to Switzerland because car wouldn't start again if stopped. And so he was, some kind of son, which unfortunately set the down of the school. So thank you. I hope we will, I hope next year you are still all with us. So thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite our colleagues, long-term collaborators of the Institute, to give a short speech about their past experiences and to share some thoughts on our International Karstological School, Classical Karst. Please, Professor Emeritus Derek Ford from the McMaster University of Canada.
Pleased to be here. It's the 30th anniversary of the school, but as you were told, it's more like the 75th anniversary of organised cave and karst research in this region by Slovenian scientists. I first encountered them east of the Iron Curtain, the frightening barrier that was publicised by the West when I crossed into Czechoslovakia in 1969. And there I met Professor Andrej Kranz, who said, I told him that I was on sabbatical with my wife and 4 children next year from Canada, and was going to spend the winter on the south coast of Crete, which is decidedly warmer than southern Ontario in January, February and March of the year. And Andrew said, oh, be sure to call on us at the Institute on the way. So we did. Driving our Volkswagen bus, which was, being British, had the steering wheel on the wrong side of the car, the right-hand side. If you drive the Corniche from the south of France, that terrible drop, the driver is right peering over it with his 4 children behind. I arrived at Postojna winding down after the most terrifying drive I've done in my life I remember, with all the family. And Andrei was there Andrei Crunch was there to meet me. Like the previous speaker, I very much regret his passing. In the classical phrase of Charles Darwin, he was a gentleman and a scholar, a gentleman and a scholar. I'll conclude by switching to the other side. In this hall, or in the previous conference hall in the series, I was one of delegates a few years ago now, when Francis Gavrosek was allegedly organizing the session, but he was hiding away somewhere behind a pillar when I got up to make the first announcement about him, to congratulate him and his wife on the birth of their first child the day before, which he neglected to inform. And I will conclude by congratulating you, Francie, on your election to the Academy of Science and Arts of Slovenia. You're, like so many others here, you're an eminent scientist and well worthy of it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, and now, please, Professor Emeritus Paul Williams from the University of Auckland, New Zealand.
Distinguished guests, delegates, and organizing committee, it's an enormous pleasure for me to come to Postojna again, especially because it reminds me of my youth. It was 60 years ago, in 1963, that I first visited the Karst Institute, and of course Postojna. It was at the beginning of my research career as a doctoral student, and I had been told by my supervisor, Dr. Marjorie Sweeting at Oxford, that if I wanted to be a serious scientist studying karst, then I must first see the classical karst in Yugoslavia and learn what real karst is really like. So this was the early 60s. There was a communist world and there was a Western world. But I was, at the time, supported by what was called then the Young Research Workers Interchange Scheme, and an agreement between the governments of Yugoslavia and Great Britain. So I came to Postojna with a scholarship from that body, and there I was met by some remarkable people. Ivan Gams, Peter Habich, Rado Gospodaric. And they introduced me to the classical karst. Its geology, its hydrology, its Proteus, and the natural world of speleological laboratories, where GAMS was measuring the seasonality of speleothem growth, and water tracing experiments were being undertaken through the epikarst. I was then accompanied overland to Zagreb, right down to Dubrovnik, by members of sister academic research institutes who were studying karst. It was the best possible introduction to karst that any young researcher could have. It gave me new perspective and is something for which I've been eternally grateful. In fact, I experienced a karstology school directed by members of the Karst Institute. Ivan Gams was my tutor, and I returned to see him many times in the years that followed. I also had the very good fortune to be at the first formal school in Lipica. Since then, the International Karst School has become formalized and well established, and with karst occupying, limestone karst occupying about 14% of the continental areas of the Earth, and of course evaporite karst much more. And this area of supporting almost 700 million people in their drinking water, the reason, the relevance for the Karst School has never been greater. It's achieved the confidence of the international research communities, of scientists worldwide, and undoubtedly is set for success into the future. The school will build on its success, I'm absolutely sure. And as it was for me, it will be the place to come for all young, aspiring research workers. I wish you all the best for future Karst schools. Thank you.
Now, Professor Dr. Ugo Zauro from the University of Padova, Italy, please.
Thank you to all the organizers. I have a lot of things to remember about my contacts with the friends of Slovenia and all the karstologists in general. The presentation, small presentation. Yes, okay, nice. What problem? You see? Well, sorry, this is okay. I've been born in Karst Mountains, so when I was a boy, I discovered the karst and also the underground karst. It's also exploring along some small caves next. My first International Speleological Congress was that of Olomouc in Czechoslovakia, like the young Paul has said. And there I meet many karstologists, and we became a friend. And so in May 1974, I organized the first excursion in Slovenia with a bus full of students and speleologists, where we have been guided by Ivan Gams to discover the karst landscape and environments. The next. Ecco, Ivan Gams is here, photo of 49 years ago, with the covered cast, covered car. Next. Particularly important were the shared field experience, real around the tables on the field, with Derek Ford in the Rocky Mountains in '81, Ivan Gams and Andrei Mievs and others friends of Postojna in ex-Yugoslavia, many others in different countries of the world, and starting from '93, the meetings and excursions of the Karstological School of Postojna. Next. We are in the Rockies in '81. Next. Always in the Rockies. With Bagley. Next. With Bagley in the Muotatal. Nico and others, friends. Next. In the Dolomites. Next. Always in the Dolomites with many friends of Slovenia. Andrei Mievs, I meet the first time Andrei Mievs in '74 when Derek, when Ivan Gams came with his student. Here we are in the Dolomites, uses a flowstone of a cave destroyed by erosion. Next. In '87, with Ivan Gams and many others, Jean Nico and others. Next. In China, in '88. Next. Always in China, with Michel Bakalowitz and others, Song Lingua. Next. And in Slovenia, many experience with the Karstological schools. Next. Next. Very good friend Andrei Mievs, very good organizer also. And another very good friend who came to the school, Marian Pulina from Poland. He organized also many meetings in Polonia. Next. The meeting and field trips were a occasion of true and deep friendship. In my opinion, the reason of this are explainable by the fact that the relationship of all friends with nature have always been authentic and deep. And also because this relationship have favored in all an attitude of humility. Such humility derives from the awareness that our knowledge and our models are always partial and inadequate in explaining the complexity of our world, and that the world is, in any case, beautiful and deserving of being better known. Thank you very much for
I would like to invite Professor Dr. Pavel Lusak from the Institute of Geology of the Academy of Sciences, Czech Republic, please.
Your Excellencies, Honorables, High Folk. phone calls, what it means. I will explain you why I am standing in front of you. All the story started with the call of Vladimir Panoš. Sometimes November, December 74, he called me, look, in Poland they are preparing something, I don't know what, but if you go, I'm going as well. If you don't go, I am not going to Poland. So I told, Mr. Professor, I will go, I will join you. And for the first time, in 75, we appeared in Polish Sudetenland. So it is on the border with past Czechoslovakia, or this recent Czechia. And we discovered snow, fog, but very pleasant people, the best of Polish karst scientists. And as you can see, in a very short time, we visited regularly, and when was February, we must to be in Poland on karst school. It was not only caving, there you can see me in 76 in front of the biggest cave in the region Niedźwiedzia. Now the entrance is looking quite different, but it was very fruitful cooperation and quite good science. And the first book appeared in '89 with the dedicated to UIS, or dedicated to work of Paleokarst and Speleochronology Commission of UIS. Second call was in spring '93, and the past chief of Karstological Society called me in the same manner like 10 years before Vladimir. Look, we must go to Slovenia because we must give some order to academician GAMS. So, but there was not, if you go or not go, you go with me. And I was for the first time in Slovenia because before changes, Bolsheviks didn't allow me to travel west, so I never visited Yugoslavia before. And similarly to Speleological School, very soon it was clear, mid-June, we must be in Postojna or in classical karst. The link of both series was late academician Krantz, who visited karst Speleological School for several times, isn't it, Andrzej? Yeah. And he obtained idea to organize something similar, and I will and I will use the sentence of Franci Gabrušek. This man, Andrej Krantz, probably was the first person who recognized the potential of Slovene karstology and speleology, and was hardly working to promote it and to establish very broad international contacts from which we are living up to now. So both events had very similar schemes, concepts. In Szkola, in school in Poland, it was meeting of teachers and students. Especially at the very beginning, there were groups of university students and doctorate students. They met there, and the school was 2 weeks at the beginning, not Andrzej? And what was interesting, I learned only very late after that schools were also a point where dissidents from Poland and from Czechoslovakia met in the mountains in some facilities. What was interesting that very shortly after the beginning of the Škola Speleologiczna, we called this event Puliniada after the founder, but unfortunately the school, the Škola Speleologiczna, didn't serve it very long after he passed away. Karstological school. No. Karstological school was based on the same concept, but later was transferred to really prestigious international conference. But what is interesting, never named after founder. And we hope that the school will serve with him for next 30, 50, 800 years. For me, both events were springboards in my career. That's as if thresholds. If I'm not appearing in the first, I'm not standing here. If I'm not appearing in the second, I'm not standing here. So, and from that, not only from Puliniada, but also from Kranciada, it was personal contacts were not only principal, but very shortly after we appeared here, we started to officially cooperate with our institute, with Karst Research Institute. First visit was October '87 with Peter Pruner sitting there, and we, after institutionalized our research, and we are focusing on, especially on cave sediments, dating, paleontology, etc. And we established by this way really broad international cooperation, and we established relatively stable research international team. There is number of outputs, extensive staff exchange, and our principal discovery very shortly after we started with our research is that the cave fill in Slovenia, in the oldest caves, is more than 6 billion years old. Although originally it was expected some 300,000 to 400,000. Thanks to all the staff from the past 30 schools, to school organizer, to institute. Mid-June we must be in Postojna. Hvala lepa in živijo. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. And last but not least, Professor Emeritus Stein Erik Lauritsen from the University of Bergen, Norway.
Thank you to the Slovenian Academy of Science and to the organizers of the Karst School and to the audience and to André Lihetz. I'm very honored to be here and to try to give a little personal review of my acquaintance with Postojna and with the Karst School. I'm coming from the outskirts of Europe, from Norway, where you wouldn't perhaps not believe that there would be caves at all. You know, and when I started with my studies in the mid-1970s as a chemist, I realized that I would need to get and see some of the gold standards of the karst. And the gold standards of the karst is, of course, here. And the first thing I did was that I went to the International Speleological Congress in Sheffield in 1977, where I actually met André Kranch and Maya for the first time, and I met Erik Ford, and we have had an immensely good friendship since then. In 1981, I went on Eric's excursion in the Rockies, which Hugo actually showed some excellent slides from. And I met André Mihetz, I think, first time in Bakalovich's excursion in the Pyrenees in 1989. But in the meantime, I had, we had already had some acquaintances with André Ranch, where I and he, we went on mutual exchanges through the international exchange programs between Yugoslavia and Norway. André Ranch was on an excursion which I had in Norway in 1983, and I went in 1984 for my first time to the Classical Karst and to the Karst Institute. I mean, wow, you had an Institute of Speleology. I was really impressed about that, coming from these outskirts. And André took us around on a small excursion, and I got to see Poljas for the first time, and we went into caves and things like that, and it was very, very interesting. And since things has continued, as Bosak also mentioned about the different speleological schools and the Karstological schools, and we have had a lot of collaboration between the Institute and my department in Bergen since then. My students have been here with Ranzi and others, and doing Ranveig did part of her PhD with Ranzi, and André was in Bergen in 1996 doing part of his PhD in my department in Bergen as well, and we have had several other very fruitful exchanges. And when it comes to the school, it is very interesting with karstology, because, you know, glaciology was developed in the 1950s or something like that in physical departments in Cambridge University. And most of the theory and things like that was done by people who had hardly been on a glacier. But later on that has changed, of course. But karstology is a field science. You cannot get anywhere in terms of the understanding or anything unless you get in physical contact with the karst and bang your head in the roof and things like that. And I think but you also have to have the scientific discussions and the provocating statements and things like that. And I think the Karst school is actually fulfilling both of these things. And up through the years, myself and my students, and I've seen people from other, like here as well, we have had extremely interesting and provocating discussions in the field. And we have learned a lot from each other. I have learned a lot about the science, and I think that it has been very, very, very important that graduate students and other students meet each other from different countries. So the school has had an international gluing function, as well as it has been a very, very fruitful scientific and intellectual exchange. And I'm pretty sure that this will just continue into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank to all the speakers for this nice introduction and all invited who came to celebrate our 30th school. So please bear with me for 2 more minutes. Some technicalities about the school. So students which applied for the competition will be evaluated the first 3 days, and the winners will be announced at the closing ceremony. The closing ceremony and the gala dinner will be on Thursday from 7 p.m. on. And for lunchtime within this school you have several possibilities in Postojna. You have Minutka, Barbor, Štorja pod Stopnicami, you have several stores, and if you have some trouble finding them, they are all on Google Maps, or you can ask me or my colleagues from the Institute. So all the excursions you will receive water, but please refill the bottles with tap water because we have drinkable water in Slovenia to spare a bit of plastic. Lunch boxes for Thursday and Friday whole day excursions will be prepared, but please stop at the registration desk, which is a room before the cultural center, and mark your preferences, meat or vegetarian, latest on Wednesday morning, so we can arrange accordingly. If you find some spare time, you can visit the stand of the company Pileos here in the hall, and also you can visit the Notranska Museum with the Karst exhibition for free during the time of the school. More info are in the book which you received at the registration. So for today, the registration will be open up to 1 p.m. Register for excursions if you haven't yet, so we can see if we have some spare places in buses. Also, please be punctual. Lectures and invited speakers have 12 minutes for talk, plus 3 minutes for discussion and questions. We will be very strict. Keynote speakers have altogether 30 minutes. There were some changes in the program, slight changes. You can see the program here, it's at the front door, and also there will be changes probably daily, and new programs will be at the door as well. Poster sections will take place in the hall of the Institute, so not here at the Institute, from 5:30 on. And afterwards, there will be the icebreaker with Karst Jam, some debates, and all are kindly invited to participate. Thank you. Coffee break. We will start 15 minutes to 11, or maybe we will start 5 minutes later.
Prosim, da zdaj coffee break kdaj je, da se da, in zakaj nisi gledal, kdaj je, ker nisi dal
tehnične težave.
Navaden PowerPoint
Tehnične težave. Ni šlo naprej, a daljinčke delo ali ne?
Ne.
Ne.
Ne, navaden PowerPoint ne bo, to je nekaj fancy in ne dela.
Dokdaj je pol coffee break, smo rekli?
Saj bo
lej, pač...
nekje zajebavan, ne?
Ja, zajebavan.
Pa ne dela je PowerPoint?
Ne vem, ni hotel iti naprej. Pač PowerPoint.
Tole na remote nekje ne dela dobro. A dela?
Pa dela remote, lahko probaš. Dokdaj je coffee break?
15 minut.
Yes. Yeah.
Zakaj ne moram tega urediti zdaj?
Kaj pa je to?
Jaz bi zdaj rad tu uredil, recimo, ne?
Zdaj zapriješ vse skupaj pa novo odprij.
Yeah, well, I just have to check it out, guys, but I know first Liver from Estonia.
Yeah. I have a technical question if you...
Sure.
Yeah. So, I understand that the presentations will be controlled by you.
No, we have a remote.
Okay, because I have awful lot of animations.
I know.
Okay.
We have a remote, I don't know why people didn't use it, so I had to click,
but no notes, no possibility to see notes.
Well, you can see notes on this screen if you are able to see that far.
Okay, I will.
Povej.
Probajmo, tole moramo zrihtati.
Ja, dajmo tu praviti.
Pravi resume mojega.
Ok, kje imaš daljinček? Ne, probi, evo, pa se dela, viš da dela. So the remote works.
Okay.
But people didn't use it, so yeah.
Only problem is with the notes now.
So the notes...
I need to figure something out. I will maybe write them out for myself or something. Because yeah, I have...
So yeah, the notes... if it's...
So far, but...
Maybe if...
no, this will not work. But I will, most likely, I will write them out.
Are you sure you're not going to be able to read this?
I will use binoculars maybe. But I will think of something that I can work with this. Okay, no problem.
Slišiš? Mi moramo zdaj zrihtati PowerPoint, da bodo
Ja, te bojo laufali, teka bojo.
Teka bodo, je treba pregledati, če so tekste v redu.
Okay. Lepo je vam mojega, kaj je prvo. Yeah, we are trying to.
You don't have to have the key.
Yes.
Or I will borrow it from Pavel.
To bo zdaj, mi moramo zdaj te zadeve ločiti, ker drugače bo to šlo.
Ja.
Imaš Tanja na telefonu?
Tole lahko zaprem.
Tanja?
Tu ne zapirati.
To se lahko dam pa tako. Desktop. Hey, hi, good to meet you. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. So you can see the other people. I mean, is the Wolfgang come here?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately, Wolfgang is today in hospital. He cannot see us, but I hope he will see the record. So this is his book from 1988, where somehow this, I would say, computational, or if you want, mathematical concept in cars at that time were, you know, brought together and presented in a single volume. So, you know, the car started with observation, with admiration, with description, and so on, and also, you know, aligned with the other sciences. Sometimes in 50s, the things started to be quantitative, and this is one of the early papers of that time is that of Whale in 58, who was, I guess, at that time at the Shell company. So oil companies have always been interested in porosity in cars. And Whale, based on assumption that the dissolution rates in fractures at transport control, actually, based on assumption of the linear kinetics, came to a conclusion that, in fact, caves in phreatic part of the aquifer cannot evolve because dissolution would only penetrate a little fraction of the fracture. So it will be more or less superficial. And that means that he also introduced the concept of penetration length that tells you how deep the dissolution goes into a fracture. And he came to the conclusion that the cave more or less cannot exist in phreatic part. So this gave rise to a lot of debate, a lot of papers appeared from that time. And, well, I came upon this one from Howard in '66, who says, you know, if the solution cannot get much into the fracture, there must be some generation of acidity within the fracture which can sustain the solution deeper on. But then the dissolution experiments in the 70s, particularly the one from Plummer, Wigley, and Parkhurst, revealed that dissolution is not linear. Linear, that means that the solution rate drops linearly with saturation ratio. So there is a fast decrease of dissolution at certain saturation, and this is something what White called kinetic treasure. So if we just go a little bit into these, so if the dissolution rates would be linear along the fracture, then dissolution rate, if the rate equation would be linear, that means dissolution rates along the fracture drop exponentially, simply like this. So the dissolution would be limited to the very beginning of fracture. But since it's shown that they are nonlinear, that means that the solution can proceed deep into the fracture. And that led also to the first digital models of how single fractures in karst evolve. The two models that were basically developed simultaneously without knowing about each other were the one from Wolfgang Dreibrodt and the one from Art Palmer. And these were the famous papers, Wolfgang's in 90 and Palmer's in 91. And as far as I know, Palmer was a reviewer of Wolfgang's paper, and he endorsed it and recommended it for publication. So this is something about how scientific ethics should work. And this is, of course, the breakthrough curve, which is very known. So that means that if you run water through a fracture with a constant head condition, the flow rates initially increase very slowly, and then in a short time span you have this outburst of flow and dissolution. So going back to this concept, so single fracture, the ingredients, you know, fracture with structure with a Dershowitz, you have dissolution rate equation, which is more or less something like this. So you can have two linear regime, and then this, which came out important non-linear regime, and you have also to incorporate the thermodynamics, the equilibrium chemistry, and when you couple all this, you can make a model. And this is more or less how these models look like. So, you know, you progress in time, and at each time step you calculate how the dissolution goes, what the dissolution rates are along the fracture, and then you widen it, you calculate new flow rate, new dissolution rate, etc. What's really important in a single fracture evolution is that you have a feedback between flow rates and dissolution rates, which is, of course, intuitive. The higher the flow, the higher the velocity through the fracture, the deeper fast dissolution progresses, and that means that you have accelerated growth of fracture, which brings you to this breakthrough. Later on, we even made analytical approximation for this breakthrough time, because this breakthrough time, the time that the fracture needs to evolve into a turbulent regime or into a fast growth, was somehow considered as how intense in certain situations the classification is. And so we have this basic, so this is how it looks like by animation. So this is slow growth, more or less limited to the entrance part, but then due to this nonlinear kinetics, you have outburst and very fast increase. So then, then later on, I almost did half of my PhD on a single fracture in all kinds of situations. It was more or less idealistic and so on. So there's a lot of work which has been done there. But I would still remind you that single fracture is still a basic building block. And going back to Art's paper, it's not just about the model. It's about how caves look like, what's the geometry. And he related the geometry of the caves to boundary conditions and to structural conditions and everything. And most of the arguments which he uses in his papers are learned from the model of single fracture. And I think that is still valid and everybody should. If you haven't read it for a while, read it again. So later on, that's a long time it's been in between, but later on, and already in the beginning of 2000s, at the end of 90s, people have realized, we knew that before, but people said, okay, but single fracture is not a one-dimensional feature, it's a two-dimensional feature, so actually this is a fracture plane. And in a two-dimensional feature, Simchak and Ladd, for example, showed that the solution front, which progresses into a fracture, is inherently unstable. It cannot just continue. It will sooner or later, the front will break and fingers like this will appear. And you will have fingering or wormholing or whatever you call it. And they showed this nicely by mathematical arguments. We also did it with Wolfgang. We just reduced our two-dimensional model to something which you could call, 10 meters long fracture by a few meters wide, and we were looking what's going on. And it's interesting, if you just take that the flow is just allowed in a horizontal, in this scene in a horizontal way, or if you allow the flow to be connected also, in transversal way, you get completely different results. So this is a uniform propagation all the way through, and here you have a wormholing. And in fact, we published that, and I think this is very intuitive. You have to dig into the math to understand this. So we have a dissolution front coming here, it's uniform, but then imagine this front is a little bit unstable. There is always one of these, or a few of these pathways have a little bit of advantage. But if it has an advantage, it can eject the flow to the neighborhood. And once it does this, it stops the neighborhood to grow because it changes the potential, the head picture. It kills the gradient of the others. And so you see, this is a perfect uniform net. And already the noise in the computational power, actually, in the noise of computer, that the thing that we don't have accuracy infinite, makes that instead of uniform front, which would go all the way through, you have 1, 2, 3, several wormholes, which progresses deep into the fracture. So it's simply like human society. When one gets a little bit of advantage, he will use that and kill the others, or stop the others. that's somehow what we see. And then, okay, now we go back to two-dimensional networks. So instead of just taking a single fracture, we continued with calculation on 2D networks. You know, there were papers by Groves and Howard. I think the first 2D paper was actually by Stein-Erik and his colleagues, published sometimes in the beginning of the 90s, and we continued with that. And the same in 2D networks. If you have, you know, constant head here, outflow on the other side. This shows the solution rates. Reds are high, blue are slow, and this shows the flow rates, the distribution of flow rates, and this is the isolines of head. And you can see that this one, which is most successful, just because the initial condition has made it most successful, but it's statistical here, that there is a high head progressing along this most successful fracture, and this high head actually kills the head for the others. The others don't really manage to grow anymore, and here you have a very high gradient from the tip to the end, and this is where you eject the flow in the vicinity, and this also kind of kills the gradient to the competitors. And this is what happened. This is just shortly before breakthrough. Actually, this is already after. This is shortly. This is after the breakthrough. But when this one breaks through, what happens is you have a distribution of head. The head dropped along it. It's more or less linear. And this, again, brings back the gradient to the competitors. And then they can join. Then they can grow. They can, in a way, your network integrates, grows, and until you have enough water, you know, you will grow with bypasses and things like this, and you might get something like a maze. But sooner or later, you would run out of water. I have to say that the world is not two-dimensional, but it's three-dimensional, of course. And this is a model with, from Georg Kaufmann with similar settings, but also the third dimension is added. You get, of course, one more degree of freedom, which makes things even more complicated, but I would say that the basic things still stay the same. We use these 2D networks in order, you know, I don't know, there's something wrong with the font above, but never mind. I can read. so we assumed, you know, you have, you can imagine that the gradients in natural settings are normally low, but in karst, if you build hydraulic structures and things like this, you can really have very high heads on relatively short pathways. So you might have high gradient. And we calculated, you know, like what would be the time that your leakage below the dam site would exceed something which is acceptable for those who have dam sites. And with these models, we show that even if you don't have practically no karstification before, in such situations you can have, you know, the breakthrough and the increasing leakage and the loss of water within the lifespan of a dam. Georg did it also with three-dimensional, so here things were even worse because you can, you know, you can have a so-called transversal flow, lateral flow, and things like that. Yeah, we used two-dimensional networks also to interpret some of the karst in Norway, which was at the ice marble contact with Orevik, who is also here, and Stein-Erik. And we used these two-dimensional networks also to make some insights into the development of Karstological lines with Uroš Stepišnik. And then we said, okay, what happens when when pressurized flow in a network is no longer sustained? Sooner or later, your conduits are going to be big enough to take all the water which is available. So with Mattia Pernet and Matt Covington, we at that time developed a model which also accounted for that, so that your tubes are not continuously under pressure, but they can get, they can have a free surface or open surface flow, you know. And there it comes out that it is very important how your junction looks like. And this is an example. So these circles are inputs. Here is the output. And what you get is, here you have this backward propagation, which in the end ends up with, with branch-work systems. So these two here grow. These don't have a gradient to grow very much until, oops, no, okay, yeah. Until these two break through, they become a dose. These gray tubes are actually not pressurized anymore, and then this one starts to grow, and then this one continues to grow, and then this one becomes open channel, and it gives chance for the backward. This is a long-known concept of this backward propagation into the branch-work cave, if you read the arts paper. But we did not really show much new, but in a way you get kind of a nice feeling how things happen. This I'm not going to go into detail, but this all what's written and shown here. So in the end, everything is now, of course, going on as a free, non-pressurized flow. So it happens out, of course, that it's important where your outflows in the junction are. If there is an outflow, which is slower, of course, that one is going to keep the flow, and the upper outflow will lose. So in the end, what happens, like this in this picture here, outflow 2, for example, has lost water, outflow 1 is still active, and then you can still have density of the canyon. But this is something, and this just tells you, how the network integrates into a branch where, and you have, series of breakthrough with increasing flow. So the last, but not the last, but instead of just taking, plain one two-dimensional network, we also looked for the evolution in cross-section. In this case, of course, we were led by Derek's famous four-state model, and we always have to stand on the shoulder of giants, and this is a model of such situation. When you cross-sect the limestone plateau, you have outflows here, you have recharge from the top, and what happens is, of course, because your porosity grows, your water table drops down until you have a water table cave. But of course, we modeled many other scenarios which somehow mimicked, something which is also more plausible in the nature. So I will not go into this detail. So just coming back to the mixing corrosion, immediately already in the 60s, the mixing corrosion was a suspect to be guilty for the long caves. But later on, it came out that it's not needed to be the case. But mixing corrosion is simply, if you have two solutions which are not able to dissolve because they are saturated, and if they mix because of this non-linearity, you end up in the unsaturated zone. So if two solutions saturated of different origin mix, you will get a mixture which may be corrosive. This is an example in two-dimensional networks. So high CO2, one C equilibrium here, another C equilibrium here, mixing zone here, and in this mixing zone you will have an increased porosity just because of this additional generation of aggressiveness. This is probably it's unfortunately the last paper we did with Wolfgang, that was 2 years ago. So we assumed unconfined scenarios. You see one water coming from the surface here with low C equilibrium and inflow of high C equilibrium, some deep recharge from the depth. And here is the mixing zone. Why I'm showing here this one is just for this simple reason. This mixing fringe comes out to be unstable. And what's going on And I think that's probably something which is important. I'm not going to go into detail of this. But imagine that you have two solutions which mix and that you build porosity. This additional porosity will, of course, change your picture of head. So it will actually attract more solution into this mixing zone, and it might produce really large-scale porosity at depth, simply because you initiate mixing, you increase porosity, you bring in more solution into this mixing zone. So it's kind of self-propagating. So I will not go. This is just to finish something. The mixing scenarios were also used by Wolfgang Kandushko to interpret caves, for example, in Florida, where you have salt water, freshwater solution. The last thing, and the last 1 minute, I'm already above my time, is you can use these networks also to study, I don't know, hydraulic properties of the, well, in this case, synthetic aquifers, but also, you can play with it. And you can take such a network and then, for example, you introduce 100,000 particles in it and see where they go. You can do artificial, kind of synthetic tracing. And we did that with Wolfgang, so I'm not going into details how we calculated where each particle goes. You can imagine that each intersection, it will probably, the highest probability is to go with the highest flow. And so this is the particle plume, high density, and in the red, low density in the blue region. And here we just at the beginning of evolution, and we used system at the different stages of evolution, but this is just an example, showing what happens if you, at the very beginning, introduce 100,000 particles. Of course, they spread as you would expect, and you get a breakthrough curve in the end. But then, of course, you can use all kinds of networks and scenarios and so on, and play with it and see what happens. And then, well, sooner or later, compare it with nature. So, to conclude, yeah, I don't know. I mean, my conclusions are rather generic. But sure, models help us understanding what may be happening in the nature. Models are not that far above that you could directly simulate. I think the nature is simply too complex to model it directly, but you can really model the concepts. And I think the models are something which we should use to learn. And I do like this step-by-step approach. Nowadays, you have really advanced models. You have advanced modeling tools. But the thing is, you can buy a house, live in it, and it will be okay. But if you want to adapt that house, you will have problems if you don't know how it's built. So that's why I'm always soliciting, this basic step-by-step approach where every modeler knows about the bricks. It takes more time, it's a slower process, but at least you are always on some kind of foundations. Yeah, so where are we going next? Well, this is a little bit subjective view of challenges. Of course, it's important to think about the interaction with the underground atmosphere, and there are many transients and many other things, and of course, one of the things where we are going next, we've seen the last year's keynote speaker, Matt Covington, who has gone really into the details how canyons are or cave passages are formed, and I think these are probably the next step to put all this together. So, and ending with Matt's paper, I'm continuing and inviting Matt to give his presentation because he's the next one to give it. So I don't know, probably we don't have much time for questions, that was on purpose, but I'll take one. So if there is none, I mean, the idea of this Karstological is to interact, so interact with me later on in the afternoon or in the evening or in the field trip. So, yeah, thank you. Meta. So I guess you all know Matt. He's from University of Arkansas. He is, I would say, you know, half Slovene or at least some part of Slovene because he spent quite a long term at the institute, and he's of course one of us here. So Matt, please.
Okay, thank you, Franzi. Yeah, at some point I realized I had spent something like a third of the last decade here, which surprised me when I thought about it. Hearing a lot of the origin stories and how people's past first brought them through here and how that influenced their career, I thought I would also just briefly say that my becoming a karst science was also part of, Postojna played a role there. My first time in Postojna was in 2007, where I showed up by surprise. I was a astrophysics PhD student and a caver, and I was thinking about becoming a karst scientist. And Franzi dropped everything and took me on a tour around the classical karst. And for me, that was like when the switch flipped, and he convinced me it's a good thing to be a physicist studying karst, and now that's what I am. So today I'll be talking about sort of on the theme of this school, conceptual models, and talking about critical zone science, which has become a big theme in recent years. I only listed myself as the author on this abstract, but there actually were a bunch of other people that were involved in some of the work that I'm going to be presenting today. And so if I say something insightful, it might actually be from one of these guys. If I say something naive, it might just be me. A lot of this talk is based on a review paper which we just wrote. Where the authors I was showing are the co-authors of the review paper. So you can look this up in more detail. It's online and it's open access. So what is the critical zone? The critical zone is a new term that was coined, I don't know, a little over 10 years ago. And it's a term for the Earth's near surface, where rock meets life, where weathering occurs, where we get our water resources, where we grow our food. And critical zone science is trying to understand all the amazing interactions of geological, biological, chemical, hydrological, climate processes. We have all these things interacting with each other, and we haven't done very good at figuring out how to integrate them all, how all of these systems work together. And at least in the US, this idea was really sort of cemented by the creation of what are called critical zone observatories all across the US, trying to bring together scientists studying all of these things at the same place and trying to understand how they interact. One thing I will note, though, is that none of these are on carbonates. So what we started thinking about what about carbonates? And it was this idea that launched NSF Research Coordination Network that we've been leading over the past 5 years, trying to build a community of researchers studying critical zone processes in carbonates. I don't think I have to convince this room why carbonates are important, so I'll jump right into why are they different from other more silicate-based settings. And really the first thing here is that the weathering processes are much faster. So in silicates, we can think of these as a turtle, right? The weathering kinetics are quite slow, whereas our carbonates are our rabbits, okay? The other big difference is that silicates weather incongruently, which means they leave stuff behind as they weather away. And that stuff piles up on the surface. But carbonates, they go away completely. And they weather congruently. They only leave behind void space, unless there's some impurities in those carbonates. So this is a pretty important difference in terms of how the structure of the critical zone might evolve. Another big difference is the critical zone, the depth at which we're getting active weathering and influenced by surface conditions, can be quite deep in karst. This is a 3D model of Mount Kanib in the western part of Slovenia. And here we have something like a 2,000 meter deep cave system that hasn't all been connected yet, but maybe eventually will be. And we can have weathering going on very deep beneath the subsurface. So normal critical zone scientists might think on the scale of something like tens of meters or maybe 100 meters, but here we're talking kilometers. The main thing I want to focus on and contrast is one of the key conceptual models that's come out of critical zone science. And this is something called the conveyor model of the critical zone. which is particularly useful in thinking about eroding terrains that are actively uplifting. And the basic idea is that you get uplift of unweathered bedrock into the critical zone. That bedrock starts to weather. That develops a regolithic soil on the surface. And that regolithic soil makes its way down the hill slopes into the channel network and eventually gets carried away by the channels. And one of the important observations here is that often this system is attracted to a sort of steady state, an equilibrium behavior, where both the topography and the thickness of the regolithic soil are adjusted so that they counter uplift and they match it. And the way this works is that we get our rock uplifting in here, and our solute and sediment fluxes balance that out. And these weathering fronts are all propagating at essentially the rate at which uplift is occurring. And a lot of systems people have looked at seem to be roughly in this sort of equilibrium type state. Okay, so let's think about carbonates. And how might this model break down? Well, okay, so the first thing is that we're talking about pure carbonates. There's no governor. And just as a reminder that anything can happen in the US, our Governor Schwarzenegger here. So we have very thin soil and regolith if we have pure carbonates. And what happens in this setting is that this pileup of soil and regolith on the surface can slow the rate of weathering beneath it. So if we get, say, a pulse of new uplift, the channels in size more rapidly. This steepens the slopes and thins the soil and regolith, and that allows this weathering front to propagate faster. If we had some reduction in uplift, the topography becomes less steep, these fluxes decrease, our soil and regolith thicken, and that protects this zone from weathering, and it weathers more slowly, and it slows down the propagation of that weathering front. And here we don't have that anymore, because there's not enough piling up here to arrest that weathering rate. So without this insoluble residue to collect on the surface, the weathering rates may actually decouple from uplift and topography. They may not be driven to that same rate. And dust input actually might be an important factor in determining how much soil I have piled up on top, and that's completely uncoupled from uplift. To advance. There we go. Okay. Another difference here is that typically the conveyor model is imagining these weathering fronts as nice planar surfaces that are propagating further and further underground. If we look at where we have active weathering in a karst subsurface, it's all over the place, and it's definitely not a planar surface. I'm not sure what the delay with the, okay. So we have this classic picture of the epikarst, for example, which is a very irregular surface. Occasionally we see this exposed at the surface. Next slide. Also, if we think about hill slopes in a purely karst terrain, it's really decoupled from this base level stream. The hill slopes are feeding into solution dolines instead. And so this may actually decouple our hill slopes from this base level stream. They're no longer, like we get a change in uplift, that's not communicated to this, because we have a relatively vertical pathway of this sediment into the subsurface, and we might get, say, some nick point propagating up the cave, but it's not very well connected to the surface in terms of the surface being able to respond to tectonic changes. Next.
Still not advanced.
Okay, so in summary, how this conveyor model might break down in carbonate settings, the biggest thing is that these negative feedback mechanisms that drive a silicate setting towards an equilibrium state are weaker or maybe in some cases non-existent in carbonate terrain. So we may not have the same sort of equilibrium. This is probably why, for example, we form karst clination surfaces. If we have low uplift, the topography just keeps dissolving away until it reaches base level and it flattens out. It may also have something to do with why we form high karst plateaus that are relatively flat. Next slide. Okay, so if we think about how we can modify this model to really try to incorporate karst, we came up with these two concepts of a dissolving conveyor and a leaky conveyor. And I think this summarize and quantify two of the biggest differences. So the dissolving conveyor is telling us how much of our weathering fluxes out of the system are dissolved. So we have a ratio of the dissolved weathering flux to the total dissolved and solid weathering flux. And then a pure carbonate setting, this may be fairly close to 1. It may be that most of our weathering fluxes are dissolved. We also have a leaky conveyor in that we can send sediments through the subsurface down to the base level streams, bypassing the surface. And we can quantify this using this other dimensionless ratio of the physical erosion flux that's going through the subsurface divided by the total flux, the surface and the subsurface. And again, for a well-developed karst landscape like parts of Slovenia, for example, most of this flux is going through the subsurface at some point. Next. And one of the questions that we're really left with is what controls this partitioning between subsurface and subsurface? And we have some idea, at least qualitatively, of what controls this. And here I just have a couple examples. This is what some of the karst around here looks like. This is what the karst where I live looks like. You might not recognize this as karst. Next. But there's a sinkhole right there. And there are multi-kilometer long caves here. So this is a karst terrain, but it looks very different. And here where most of our solid geomorphic flux is going into the subsurface, here it's mostly going across the surface. Next. So the two questions I think that have come out looking forward are what controls this partitioning, but also as we get more and more of this flux happening through the subsurface, how does this influence all these other processes, biogeochemistry, hydrology, vegetation, maybe climate response, and so on? How are all these other things influenced by this unusual routing of materials through the subsurface? Next. So one of the final ideas that we discuss in this paper is really thinking about carbonates and silicates on a continuous spectrum rather than as two different end-member cases. So we do have situations where we have relatively pure carbonates or silicates, but in most cases, or in many cases, we have some sort of mix between these two. I suspect the battery's dying on this. I think this is going on. Oh, it worked then, though. So, for example, in Arkansas, where I live, we have a very thick regolith that builds up on the surface. That's why you don't have a well-developed karst surface, because of all of the chert and clay that's in the limestone. We also have settings where we wouldn't normally think as karst settings, where we get ghost rock karstification from dissolution of the carbonate cement and then physical removal of those materials. But that may do very similar things in terms of how the critical zone behaves. Another thing that's important is what's the scale on which we're mixing these carbonates and non-carbonates. We can mix them at the grain scale, or we can mix them as different beds, for example, and often this will give us perched water tables at certain levels. We can mix them as thick sequences, where we have a lot of contact karst. Here's Lubčanska Jama, and here's some contact karst in Slovenia. And so just to close, I would pull back out to this big picture and say that I think there's still a lot of open questions in trying to understand how the critical zone switches back and forth between these two behaviors and what exactly that means for all the other sorts of processes that are going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt, for this, of course, very interesting presentation. I am inviting audience for a question. If there are some, you're still not warm up. I'm sure that the questions will appear later on. So thanks again, Matt. And I am inviting now our second keynote lecturer. Of course, this is Art Palmer. I've mentioned some of the art's work in my talk, and Art, we are really happy to have you here and looking forward to see what's happened in the last 30 years as your lecture predicts. Thanks.
Thank you, Francie. I was quite surprised to be asked to give a keynote speech. I'm such a lousy speaker in the first place. I've been retired for many years and unaccustomed to speaking at all. Can anybody understand me?
Yeah.
I have a few notes here, most of them long superseded, but let me just point out a few things about our history. First of all, Peg, would you stand up, my wife? She's a major part of the team. I wanted to talk a little bit about our history because it kind of represents a long period of trial and error. Answering the question, did karst science begin here in Slovenia? Well, perhaps, that's my answer. But there are many other candidates. But this is a tremendously ideal place to celebrate its birth and growth. We're very happy to be here this week. It's a perfect place to see long-term friends, to make new ones. But where did the two of us start? Can I have the next slide, please? I'll just say next. Okay, you can read this. There we go. This is where I started as a boy. I'm on the right, my little brother is on the left, and we were both fascinated with caves. And we discovered a cave and mapped it. And the map was a little bit bigger than the whole cave. And it was a matter of love. I was 16 years old here and hadn't met Peggy yet. We're looking back almost 70 years here. In college, I studied geology. It was a good fit to my interests. I was the only one in my class to choose a thesis as a project. Everyone thought I was strange, and they realized that it was correct because I picked a cave system in nearby New York State. It was a horrible place, and I was able to get people to help out by going in with me, and they never wanted to go back. But the faculty loved my thesis. They never saw the cave, but it was so different from other theses. And there are many things that I learned about this. One was, could I go to the next picture, please? Here I am pondering my future. Next. And I learned a few things. One of them was never go caving with anybody bigger than you are. I'm on the right. And I look rather bloated there because I'm wearing a wetsuit underneath my clothing. Everybody else was miserable. Next. It's important to learn how to take care of your equipment and also to take good notes. These are right from my own experiences. And much of the effort went into a thesis that I was still interested in caves and karst. I met a group of cave explorers, which included a young group of college students at Indiana University. I decided to go on for a PhD, having received my BA somewhere at Williams College. And I had the really good luck of getting a US government fellowship, which paid all of my expenses for a PhD. It sort of tells you something about my own expenses. Much of my effort went into the thesis, PhD thesis. And of course it dealt with caves. And I was very lucky that I met a group of younger people who were eager to help with a project of this sort. They had just discovered a cave, and it turned out to be one of the biggest in the country, biggest in the world for a while. And they didn't know that, and I didn't either, but we went in, we checked it out, and thought it would be a good place to study scientifically. Main reason for that is that it was a simple cave. Water went into the ground, formed the cave, and went out of the ground, came out, and you end up with something left behind the cave. We worked on this cave, mapping it for quite a while. We were aided by many advances in the field, such as computers, which allow you to calculate things. Next. Next. Here's the map of the cave that we produced. This was rather large. It was surveyed to about 34 kilometers or so. And for a while, it was one of the longest caves in the world. I'd like to point out a few things. See if I have a pointer here. Oops. Oh, good. I was pointing it in the wrong direction. There we go. A couple of things I want to point out about a cave like this. First of all, it's in Indiana, where the landscape is quite flat, pockmarked by sinkholes, which show up just about everywhere on this map. The cave starts up here in the east and drains into the east fork of White River to the west. And a lot goes on between these. We have many tributaries coming in, joining each other, forming larger passages, and finally joining completely into a major trunk passage. Fortunately, there's a sort of a funny thing going on over here. This is what we call the maze for obvious reasons, because the passages came in and jumbled around and formed a zone of confusion. And the maze involved a lot of solution of limestone. Whenever there was a storm, the maze would fill with water and the cave would get bigger. And as a result, we ended up with a lot of
This way, yeah. Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah.
And we ended up with a very constricted area here, because water would come in from the major passages and mix and hang out here where the passages were much smaller but more abundant. And so the maze grew and collapsed and grew some more and collapsed some more and was kind of like the living part of the cave for a long time. Next, please. We were underlying a populated area, and we could tell exactly whose property we were under. And we contacted the person who owned this well. It's a well casing that went down and intersected the cave, and I guess our survey was accurate enough that we could pinpoint the person who owned it. Next slide. In doing the surveying, we needed to be a little bit more precise than we usually were, and so we developed these rather silly things that would get us through. And what we did was advance to things like this, dish stoves and such. And we had to take good care of our helpers. And the activity at Blue Spring Cave in Indiana got me my PhD. It seems like a silly way of getting a PhD, but it did work. The faculty were quite happy with the results. Another group that was happy about the results was the group that was studying Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. Now, Blue Spring Cave was a big cave, but Mammoth Cave was, as its name suggested, was large. And today it's by far the longest cave in the world, and comes in two parts. And we have the part that was discovered first, and the Crystal Cave and this sort of thing. And actually there was another cave that had been discovered long before, Mammoth Cave, and the two were combined by a connection. I was actually invited to be a co-leader of the connection trip, but I had a very strange phenomenon happen. I was invited to come to Slovenia, and because of that, I missed out on the connection route with Mammoth Cave, which suited me just fine. I didn't mind. I was very happy. I was invited by Dr. Ivan Gomes. I hadn't met him before, but we corresponded, and I was very happy to go visit him. And we missed out on the connection in Mammoth Cave, but we did end up enjoying this kind of phenomenon here. I keep saying we, but it turns out that Peggy, by this time, had become part of my family. And so the two of us stopped by, introduced ourselves to Ivan, and he brought us to where he was doing some work with water sampling. His focus was down below, and ours was up above. Mainly what was going on in the cave, he was measuring the water quality. We gave him some help, and he gave us some help. We actually ran across some of these critters, and there's Ivan himself. He brought us to the caves north of Postojna and Poloshka Yama, for example, where water was rising up into the entrance areas. This was kind of curious, but here we are going down into the cave, and we enjoyed Slovenia very much. And when we saw Ivan again in 1981, he was coming to the International Congress in the United States. So our attention shifts back to the United States, and here we are at Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave is quite large, as the name suggests, but it's got a lot of questions. In order to understand what was going on in the cave, we needed to figure out what accounted for the various levels in the cave. There are many of them, and we'll see in just a minute. And we wanted to figure out what was going on, what the age of the cave was. Well, there was somebody else who was interested in the same thing, and Darrell Granger at Purdue University was the person who was best to contact. He was interested in sediment, most of which collected on his truck. And he had the equipment back at the university to help. And we can take samples of sediment from the cave and dump them into the upstream end of this apparatus here. And it gets shooted, squared through the apparatus and comes out and gives us dates. I say it gives us dates. Well, Darrell had done it, and he had kind of pioneered the cave approach, where you can figure out how old the cave is by dating samples of rocks that are hanging out in the cave. And this is what he came up with. An altitude above sea level and the age of the cave that he was looking at. putting things together was partly my job. He didn't have any elevations in the cave, and we did. We had done a lot of geologic surveying in the cave and came up with this sort of profile. So this is our work here. The dating is Daryl's, and it worked out quite nicely. Cave ends up in several levels, like this, high levels like this, and middle levels, and lower levels. And they're very consistent throughout the cave, which is something that wasn't quite apparent to those who were exploring in this maze and passageways. There we go. What happened at Mammoth Cave was sort of curious, because the cave is located here, and rivers in the area tended to bypass it. They went up north and then came back down again south into the Gulf of Mexico. And here's Mammoth Cave growing somewhere around here. Glaciation forced this river here, the so-called Taze River, to the south. We end up with the Ohio River being the result. The Ohio River is the biggest river in the east. Look what happened. You've got Mammoth Cave here being forced to take a lot of extra water from the Ohio River. The Ohio River represented a base level for the cave. The Green River is a tributary of it. And during floods, the water would go into the cave, and during low flow, the water would come out of the cave, and the cave enlarged in that manner. We ran the analysis of the ages of these levels and ended up with a pretty convincing result, with the cave forming, cave forming above, like this, and then down to here, and then to here. Here you notice that most of the passages are at almost exactly the same elevation, despite the fact that they are in divergent and diverse rocks. As the water dropped down to the lowest level, we ended up again with a fairly consistent series of passages at the same level. So what happened was that we were able to put together the history of Mammoth Cave from the oldest to the youngest. I'd like to talk a little bit about hypogenic karst. What we've been looking at before is rather conventional stuff. And if we take a look farther west, for example, we end up with hypogenic caves being dominated. This is Alexander Klimchuk territory, but actually there were a lot of people before that who had actually studied the nature of the cave, and this one here happened to be studied first. Lower Tane Cave, and this was definitely a hypogenic cave. And look around a little bit more and you see all sorts of things like this, where water is coming up from below, oxidizing, and becoming aggressive because of the production of sulfuric acid and things like that. Places like the Grand Canyon ended up to be very helpful. In fact, we were invited along on a couple of trips to the Grand Canyon by Victor Pollock, who was at the University of New Mexico. And the idea was to go up the walls of the cave, of the canyon, to caves and examine these holes in the ground and figured out the history of the canyon in that manner. And then finally, to end things up, kept coming back to Slovenia. Our last trip, which was some time ago, 2010, was Andre Muse bringing us on a trip to southern parts of the country. And there's Andre giving his lectures to us, and a couple of people who are with us today, actually. And unfortunately, Alexander Klimchuk had planned to go on this trip, but he couldn't go at the last minute because there was some kind of restriction of people going into Croatia from odd countries like not Slovenia. And there's Alexander borrowing a steamroller. How to solve your harsh problems. Rest in peace, Alexander. What's the future of karst and speleology? I'm not intending to give you the answer to that. In fact, what we're going to do is learn more about this coming week. And I thank you for putting up with my lecture here. And I guess that's it for now. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you very much, Art, for this personal and general perspective, and particularly for knowledge from Mammoth Cave, which we all know how important it is, but we lack such knowledge from somebody who has been working there directly. So if there are any questions, please. Well, if there are none, we are not going to torture you anymore. but because I think you were very clear, and but please, I do encourage you. We should interact. We should try to. I know it's Thursday, it's Monday morning, and so on. So, but okay. During the day, we should try to interact more. But I guess that this lecture was really clear. Art, thanks. Thanks for your talk and all your work. So we have another invited talk which will be given by Andrzej Tic from the University in Poland. Andrzej will talk about the hydrogen karst in central ends. So Andrzej, please go ahead.
Dear all, colleagues, friends, especially Andrzej, who is not here. First of all, I will turn your attention for the memories. Today we have a special time, so I was turned by Pavel two times by Pavel to answer, so I was answered. I want to gratitude to all organizers of the schools during that time. Our Karstological school in Poland, already mentioned by Pavel, unfortunately finished with Maria Ankulina passing, so the last one was the 25th. I was afraid that the Karstological school will not continue also after 25th, but fortunately we have a long period ahead. So thank you for all your effort during last 31 years. Now I want to turn your attention for some specific karst in high altitude of Central Andes in Peru. Without my learning during Karstological schools, my visit in Peru will be unsuccessful and unfruitful because without knowledge about karst, about caves, about hypogean karst especially, I will be not able to answer for the question which was asked of me several years ago when I was invited to Polish scientific expedition to Peru, and they asked me about the origin of collapsed lines, collapsed sinkholes developed on high altitude, which were very well known for local people, but they didn't understand how they develop and if they are dangerous. So there is a place in Kolka Basin. Kolka Canyon is a very famous one, not as Grand Canyon in the United States mentioned by Art before, but it's a huge canyon, a very deep canyon, but on the slopes of, on the surface above, there is a huge volume of travertine. More than 100 meter thick travertine cover is filling the valley or somehow tectonic trench in a very active volcanic area. So this area is covering huge volume of carbonates among non-carbonate rocks, some magmatic or some sedimentary but not carbonate rocks. The most interesting is the upper part of this travertine body, which is related to thermal activity in this area. So it means that on the surface we have a lot of traces of travertine fissure ridges, which are connected with CO2 activity during volcanic time, volcanic periods. But most of the interesting feature of this travertine body, it's very well seen from the satellite images. Several collapsed lines, collapsed sinkholes, but in Quechua language they are utkos. It means hole. Several of them are of cultural or agricultural significance, especially in the lower part of this area. So I was invited to solve the problem if what is the origin of these collapsed lines, as well as if they are dangerous for local people, because this area is used by Indians for shipping. So there are more than 15 collapsed lines. Some of them are up to 150 meter in diameter and more than 45 meter deep. And some of them are of vertical or overhanging walls. And finally, we discover in 3 of them, it was lucky that we look behind the stone, we found caves. So the caves are interesting because all of them are of breakdown, collapsed origin. in first image. The depth of these three caves are quite big in comparison with travertine bodies. So we discover and explore up to 90-meter deep cave. It's no more possible to explore because it's danger for collapse and be a prisoner for whole rest life. But the deepest one belongs to the deepest caves in travertine at all, because in Iran we have this shaft of Suleiman, which is in different sources between 80 and 100 meter deep. But this is another this is constructional. This is a kind of chimney, not really shaft, which has the artificial entrance at below. So the most important is that in that caves we have mostly breakdown, collapse morphology. Practically no traces of corrosion. Only in one block hanging above there is some cupolas which belongs to the corrosional features, and they are related to the origin of the cave, but the late stage of the origin. Most of them has secondary, mostly sulfate mineralogy. So I want to point out, because we have a school dedicated to models, but also interdisciplinarity of research. So this is a kind of example of interdisciplinary of research, because our group working on this subject is quite large. The most important discovery was that one cave, no, two of them, the shallower two of them, are reaching the actual recent water table. And we have the water table recently at depth more or less 35-40 meter deep, but in the lower terrace, lower level of this travertine body. And the most important thing here is that the whole bottom of the cave, with hanging blocks and strata of travertine, is practically gypsum. Gypsum and different sulfates. Gypsum is everywhere here. This is kind of mud, gypsum mud. There are some secondary minerals depositing on the upper part of the strata, and we have a lot of traces of breakdown. Whole strata is breaking down because the volume was made by the conversion from limestone or from carbonates to gypsum. It's not time to discuss a lot about the origin of these caves, but the traces are similar to sulfuric acid caves. It means that we have a carbonate environment which was enriched by H2S during volcanic, very active volcanic action along fissures, and start to be aggressive, oxidized by on water table, start to be very aggressive to the carbonate, and sorry, excuse me.
So,
Independent ones.
The school has to repeat every slide.
Ah, shit. How many times? Check it. Wait a moment.
Not me.
Non moram premikati.
I will conclude
Ne, tega.
soon. Sorry for
Okay. This is so. This one.
Yeah, this one is okay.
This one.
I have to conclude that all mineralogical hydrogeochemistry show us traces of this SAS speleogenesis. It means that also the collapse dolines are of the hypogean origin because of the development during some stage of increasing volcanic action of huge Ampato Walka volcanoes in this area, which are here, now a little bit active, but now actual situation of the travertine caves are here. Cold water and normal sulfate and carbonate environment. But in the past, we had some H2S oxidation and microbial activity, which is present in mineralogy and active up to now. And when the water table decreased during incision of Kolka Canyon, it started to be abandoned, the sulfuric acid caves, and start development of different stages of collapse. So we have really full developed collapse dolines or sinkholes, as well as only partly destroyed surface by breakdown. So, thank you for your attention. We can talk.
Thank you, Andrei. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your nice talk. I have a question about, you said you have H2S oxidation and microbial activity. Did you analyze other trace gases and microbial activity?
Yes. We start not from with this H2S. We start with different scenarios, but according to our knowledge at the moment, this is the most, also because of microbiological traces because maybe you saw this tramboid pyrite. This is the late stage of this action, but there is also another traces in mineralogy. Yes. Hopefully next week I will be able to make some corrections because I started for the next expedition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Any other question? Yeah, Derek.
May I borrow your last slide to introduce a talk I'm going to give on a very thermal situation?
Thank you. So thank you, Andrei, and we have the next talk, which will be given by Radko Tasler. Is he here? Or Pavel, you are giving the talk. Radko was the first out of them. Pavel Bosak is giving the talk on evaluation of caves in Karstological mountains. Pavel, you can use your switcher. Yeah.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, zones like dynamic karst or Andes, also to something like Caledonics in Scandinavian shield. We are moving to deeply eroding roots of Variscan origin, which is situated at the border of Poland and Czechia. You see, the geology is highly complicated. Until now, nobody knows how it really looks. Most probably a stack of 3 or 4 big naps with internal imbricated structure, very tectonized and very complicated with very complex metamorphoses. The orogeny was already denuded during Carboniferous and Permian, and what we see today on the surface existed already in lower Triassic. After that, there was presumably transgression of Muschelkalk. It is middle Triassic. Only after very short transgression in topmost Jurassic Kelloway to Kimmeridgian, both sequences were negligible thickness, and in Cenomanian up to end of Upper Cretaceous there was big basin, and the region was covered by 500 meters plus minus of siliciclastic coming from the Scandinavian shield. After, at the end of Cretaceous, rapid uplift occurred, and very soon the old Permian Triassic paleosurface was exhumed and started to be modified by young tectonics, backward erosion, but in general the original paleosurface still is visible in places like it was on the first slide. So carbonate rocks here on the map of Radko Tasler are exaggerated because the lenses are very thin. There is orientation according to margins of map structures. You can see the band. There are crystalline limestones, 2 dolomites with very fine transitions between those principal types. Age in general is Cambrian, probably Lower Cambrian. In 1 or 2 places were relics of archaeoceans, and in 1 place, which is this, I don't know, Unicla is here, there. The age is Middle Devonian, very nice corals, and stromatophoids, and the limestones here are not so metamorphosed. They are nearly without some anchimetamorphism, and fossils are very nice, and in very close vicinity of that are Silurian rocks with graptolites. The whole sequence, sedimentary, is expected that is from Neoproterozoic up to Devonian age. Thickness of limestones is maximum 500 meters. It is highly tectonized, so the lenses, you never know if they are pinching out or if they are cut by tectonics. In the project, totally 90 caves were studied, and see the total lengths of those 90 caves. They are very small, not whole 3 kilometers. There are no ponors, there are not karst springs, except Albežice, which are situated here, where exists an aquifer with karst springs. The longest cave is 700 meters long. In some cases, there are very nice lakes. You know, this is not science, this is craft. We used a lot of methods. The European project was good for sources, so we tried to make most available methods with grain size analysis. Please don't be surprised. We were interested only on the grain size above the silt, because fine silt and clay, it was obvious, you can see, and it is from surrounding rocks, phyllites, and so mostly mica. Nonsense to spend money for some other detailed studies of grain sizes. Cave morphology in these small caves is dominantly phreatic. You can see feeders, you can see roof channels. They are very abundant scallops, thanks to God, because they are showing upwelling water. They are not so big, so the water movement should be quite rapid. This is one of the biggest on the left, and caves and chambers, and you see that there is a lot of collapses. I added one cave, which is known for 300 years or so. It is opened by quarry, this drawing from mid-last century. The phreatic morphology was not highly, but in many cases very intensively modified by collapses in Vedous zone, collapses due to corrosion, collapses probably due to cryogenic processes, and the rest you can see on the right down. And what is typical for most of caves now is they are very close to the surface. Some are nearly unroofed, several meters thick roof. And you can see that the limestones in morphology are making elevations. Intensive tectonic, not only this Variscan or Hercynian, but very important role is tectonics Miocene to plus minus recent. You can see that some proto-channels were cut by tectonics, and this tectonics is visible also in the surface morphology. Plastic sediments, you can see that the fraction above silt is in some cases negligible, in some cases it is bigger, but always it is not allogenic, it is autochtonic autochtonic particles due to weathering of limestones. Sediments are always silts to clays, rather clays, dominant with mica, which is different micas. You can see the part is clear, and clay minerals like kaolinite, chlorite, and other smectite are subordinary. In two cases, we found gypsum, but the gypsum is rather due to dry conditions in caves rather than from SAS type of speleogenesis. Heavy minerals show nice mixture of hemostable and unstable sediments. Hemostable are derived from old weatherings or recycled sediments, for example from Cretaceous. They are typical zircon rutile. There are a lot of iron-rich minerals, and what is very interesting, a lot of organic matter, up to 6%, but normally 2%. So the sources of sediments were both fresh weathering products and some polycyclic repeating weathering or deep weathering, maybe from pre-Cretaceous and Paleogene times. Plastic sediments, in most cases, are few centimeters, only such film on rocks. Only in 2 caves are more than 1 meter, in 1 cave maybe 2.5 meters. There are no allogenic fluvial sediment. So the sediment from the mineralogy grain size must be infiltration origin, sieved through vegetable zone. The sediments within the caves are redeposited by small streams originating from heavy drip. There are some rare structures or rare types of sediments, mud flows, probably solifluction or liquefaction. Only in Ponikalska cave it is probably inject of surface terrace of the local river with quartz pebbles, densely packed. Now under cosmogenic dating, there are also classical MN-rich horizon manganese loams, as it is named in Czech. Paleontology is very rare, only in 1 cave. It was in the cave on the drawing, small mammals, larger, also rests, and it is very young. It is telling nothing to the age of caves. So we used also paleomagnetic analysis. We started already before the project in Boskovské caves, and this is one profile in Trucovna. There is old profile in Boskovské Dolomite cave, which are outside of the sketch. Next, the paleomagnetic parameters you can see here. They are very close to recent parameters, so the deposition cannot be older than Brunes, Matuyama, Boundary at approximately 770,000 years. Uranium series, we sampled 61 samples, we obtained plus minus 40 very good ages, and they are visible on the cuts some very strange features, like very strange corrosion inside the older phase of stalagmite. Crusts, the youngest crust, are sometimes older than the center of the speleothem, so it means that the equilibrium was damaged and open state appeared. So corrosion, deep corrosion after the origin of speleothems. Here you have uranium thorium ages, and it is grouping to not very clear, but clear phases of deposition, which are not typical also here, but which are typical also for Ještěd, which is some 50 kilometers to the west from here. And what is important, no, please, sir. What is important is this. This is both here in Krkonoše, it is also in Ještěd. This is last glacial maximum, and we have a lot of speleothems in caves of that edge. So it means that the permafrost was probably not so continuous, or something wrong is with all the theories with glaciation of Krkonoše mountains. Now, to conclude, the limestones occur in structures, can be named, impounded, or the type karst is impounded, or stripe karst of Steineric. Caves originated in substantial depths under the surface without any relation to recent surface. It is connected with the oldest surface in the Krkonoše mountains, or with the first shallow valley entrenchment in pre-Neogene or beginning of Neogene. Phreatic speleogenesis is due to ascending waters from substantial depths along regional faults, but thermal waters cannot be excluded because in one side there is now thermal spas and the water is 30 degrees, but in 300 meters depth is 60 or 65 degrees. So this is classical mixture of surface water, meteoric, and the upwelling thermal waters. Nevertheless, diagnostic minerals or speleogens are completely missing. So we cannot tell if the deep phreatic speleogenesis was thermal or not. Caves were disconnected from original hydrology system. Recent hydrological function, except 2 or 3 cases, is negligible. So the caves are relict and partly are rejuvenated. Here is sketch of Radko Tásler, how is his idea of evolution of the caves. It was led by tectonics, not only by subvertical, but also by subhorizontal, which are thrust planes. They are very important in the primary origin of the cave. So it seems that the recent position of caves resulted from very young uplift of the mountains, which is proved by some cosmogenic dates in the Ještěd Reach, approximately 2 million years. The caves were uplifted, the porosity in vadose zone was enlarged, sediments penetrated from the surface down, they were sieved in this vadose and in the vadose zone, and only multiclode was deposited in the cave and was redistributed by small streams due from the drip water. Caves must be filled several times, partially or fully, which is indicated by crusts and flowstone crusts and their dating. Speleothems crystallize both classically in warmer and wetter conditions, but also in glacials, inclusive last glacial maximum. The recent shape of the cave, or morphology, was highly damaged by collapses of different origin and reasons. So in some cases, the origin of morphology is not visible only in some fallen blocks. You can see some scallops. Cryogenic processes most probably were very intensive in some parts. Congenial fraction is clearly visible near cave entrances, and some damage of speleothermal corrosion. So it was not easy to decipher what is basis, and we were happy that we were supported by Karstological National Park through this European project via Ministry of Environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo, for presenting us how science go hand in hand with craft, and thank you for showing us how complex is really to evaluate speleological environment and conditions under which caves were formed. Are there any questions? We can take one. Paolo says no. We could, but you know, you can always ask him later, as we will be meeting us for another 4 or 5 days. But since he's mentioned already Stein Erik, so Stein Erik, I'm inviting you to give the next talk, and if there is somebody who can teach us about ice contact speleogenesis, it is Stein Erik. And I think he has some new things to show.
What is forward and backwards here, or could you do it?
Please use the remote. Please use the remote.
You have arrows.
It will be better for you to use the remote.
You hear me? Okay, thank you for letting me speak to today. This talk is about an enigma of, can we have the next?
Can you press the remote?
Look at that. So, one enigma which we are encountering when we have phreatic caves which are hanging high in glacial topographies is to try to explain how you could raise the water table to attain phreatic conditions, and under what conditions you could do this. So there are two ways. You could either fill the valley with rock, and that means that the phreatic conditions was a long time ago. Or you could, if you are in a glacial landscape, you could try to fill the valley with ice, and you could raise the water table and couple the karst with the internal groundwater system of the ice itself. So this talk is about an attempt to find out whether interglacial karstification, valley filled with rock, or subglacial or ice contact karstification could be the most efficient. There are several ice contact situations where water circulation could take part in karst, and the karstification is of course a CO2 sink as well, if you can account for the bicarbonate form. And in simple terms, within a glacial system, there is a chemical distinction between subglacial water, which has a different chemistry, it's near saturated elements and things like that, compared to the ice surface water and the meltwater. So you have to do, or we have to discuss the speleogenesis according to these two end points in chemistry, if you like. So the challenge of making or looking at the probability for that a cave should have been formed under ice contact conditions or not would be to look at the minimum time for the formation of a cave passage of a given size. in that way, the size is a measure of age. The size is a measure of the total growth time of the conduit. And in order to find the minimum time available, we would have to look for the maximum rate of dissolution. So this study, or I have concentrated the study at these arrows at the very start of the concentration time curves for calcite dissolution in water. So the maximum rate would give the minimum time for speleogenetic time, and we could compare this growth time with the duration of an average glaciation. Okay, in the past I did also some experiments with inhibition, because it comes out that most of the experiments, or maybe all experiments which have been done on calcite dissolution in water, has been done with distilled water, pure CO2 and pure calcite. And that is, I mean, it's obvious because you need to have clean conditions for studying a certain process. And experiment means that you vary one parameter and you keep all the others constant. So it's understandable. But anyway, I tried to put in glacial rock flour into the water before I entered the calcite, and there were some stunning, interesting effects. Is that it had a strong inhibitory effect on the rate. It was a reduction of the rate, but it was also a reduction of the capacity. And the explanation is simple, because the glacial rock silt or powder has a very large specific surface area. It is freshly crushed, it has a high free energy on the surface, and it's soluble, so it will consume most of the acidity. And if you look at the situation with the cave surface area is relatively small, and it's fixed, and it's stationary. But the water has have plenty of time to react with the silt before it enters the cave. So this is quite expectable. And we also found out, so just to add some more evidence to this, is that what I did was that I treated water for 24 hours with either actual glacial silt, which was collected in the field, or with a crushed wall rock for 24 hours bubbling water, and then filtering and using this as the liquid. And it came out by that if you add 20% of this liquid to distilled water, you will halve the reaction rate. So it's halved for every 20% addition of glacial water which has been in contact for 24 hours. So it points towards what Frederick Ford actually said in 1977, which I was stunned about. He said that subglacial karstification is very sluggish and we can look away from it. So he was right. And so anyway, so Ranveig did her PhD with Francie, looking at labyrinth morphology, but we tried later also to put in these new chemical parameters in the program, and it came out from the chapter we wrote in the treatise of geomorphology 10 years ago or something, 12 years ago now, that an interglacial or the ice contact scenarios are about 50 times less efficient than the speleogenetic scenario in an interglacial situation. And if you look at the breakthrough times here for the subglacial situation, it is longer than the average glacial. So there should be plenty time for or opportunity for interglacial stuff. But what about the ice load and the pressure? Because until now, we have tested for the effect of environmental CO2 content for glacial rock flour, clear water versus turbid water, okay? But all experiments which have been done were at atmospheric pressure. So the question is, what about the deep subglacial conditions where we had up to 2 kilometers of ice sheet thickness over Scandinavia, for instance, with ice at the pressure melting point? And how would pressure affect the dissolution rates and solution capacity? We don't know. We need direct experiment, not only calculations. Very little experimental data are available. So this is perhaps the last black body radiation problem in ice contact speleogenesis. We don't know what will happen, and interesting things happen indeed. So what I did was that I got, after a lot of struggle, because this equipment was quite expensive, I got the money through an oil company, and we did a lot of measurements on chalk and all those things before I could concentrate on the subglacial thing, which was my plan. But anyway, we got a Buchy stainless steel autoclave, which was modified, and it was fed. It was a closed reactor, which was completely full of liquid. The pressure was maintained with an HPCL pump, and we used a standard water, which was equilibrated with air or CO2 at 20 degrees, so we had always a constant amount and concentration of CO2 water in the tank. And the tank was filled. I had a special sample addition device which was closed. The reactor was filled with liquid. It was pressurized and temperated. We did also measurements at different temperatures for Arrhenius type of kinetics. And then after that, the sampler was opened and the reaction started, and it was running for 48 hours. So I was able to catch the initial rates here as well, under high pressure. And so what happened? Oh, what is that? Oh, that was interesting. Well, can you still hear me? Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, so this graph is showing the initial dissolution rate as a function of total pressure at about 400 ppm CO2. That is about the ambient concentration of air today. It's not 315 as it were in 1977 when I started with Karst. But anyway, so it's quite interesting because there is a positive relation between pressure and rate. So high pressure accelerates. This is an acceleration diagram. So by increasing the ambient pressure in the closed system, the initial rate is accelerating up to about 60 bar. And above 60 bar, it is slowing down. Okay? So up to about 180 bars, we can have an increase in the rate by 60 to 80%. But there is a marked nick point around 60 bar, and the highest pressure sensitivity is below 60 bar. And here comes a morphological question, because 60 bar corresponds to about 600 meters of ice. Is there anything in the, can we observe any kind of morphological counterpiece to this in the glacial landscape? Is it something with speleogenesis, which is evident around places where you would have had 600 meters or less of ice, and where you would have had 600 meters or more of ice? This is an open question to all of you. Okay. So anyway, there was a later, I think it's this one. Later on, well, while I was doing this work, there was a paper by Dong et al. Who had done similar experiments with isotopes in seawater, and they found a similar break point at about 70 bars. So it's comparable to what I have here, and I'm not sure whether we could distinguish more exactly like this. We also have curves for 1000 ppm and 3000 ppm as well. And also it is, what happened now? Okay, so the saturation capacity also seems to increase. The time concentration curves to the left shows that from 60 bar red, 1 bar, 60 bar, 120 bar, and 180 bars, the capacity is increasing, and also the rate is increasing, but that's not so easy to see on a linear diagram like that. But I also plotted the end concentrations after 48 hours, and that is pretty linear with pressure. There's no flattening out. It's not independent of pressure, but it looks like it's pretty going on like that. So how do we explain this? The rate is showing a midpoint, but the capacity seems to be slightly positively related to the pressure. And I think it can be explained from the molar volume discussion. Because a rate, a chemical rate which is dictated by pressure, would have to be dictated by the volume or the molar volume changes from products to from starting material to products. And calcite in itself would display a reduction of molar volume by about 30 or 40 cubic centimeters per mole. And what is being compressed here is the calcite surface with an ordered surface of water molecules and a disordered surface of water molecule compared to the products, which is the calcium bicarbonate, which is again surrounded by water and it has a certain volume. But what is so, the capacity is dictated by the difference between the starting materials and the products. That is the equilibrium. But the rate is controlled by something else. The rate is controlled by the barrier, by the transition state. And I have suggested a protonation mechanism for carbonate, by carbonic acid. It could be by protons as well, but at the pH conditions which are in water of this kind, it would be carbonic acid. So carbonic acid will protonate the carbonate ion, producing 2 moles of bicarbonate ions. And it is the hydrated species of this which can be compressed, but it cannot be compressed forever. So it's like you are pressing a ball which has a hard core, and you can press it until 60 bars, and after that there is more resistance. So I think this is a pretty feasible molecular mechanistic explanation for what is going on. So the consequence is that the pressure accelerates the dissolution rate up to 60 to 80%. That would correspond to, I think, that it would shorten the penetration distance for first order kinetics, at least. But still, it is also increasing the corrosion of the glacial silt. So the consequences in practice might be more difficult to. The highest sensitivity is up to about 60 bars, and there is a mechanistic change around 60 bar, which is due to compressibility, I would claim. The pressure also increases the saturation capacity. That has the consequences of that it will stimulate the rate of passage growth under an ice sheet, but also the inhibition thing, okay? It will stimulate speleothem growth beneath an ice margin, the so-called subglacial stalactite. They are not subglacial at all, they are proglacial, because stalactite formation where you have an aerated cave means that you are in a proglacial situation. But anyway, if you have an ice load above the aerated cave, you can attain higher levels of saturation, and you can enhance the growth of speleothems through degassing. And it can also stimulate the subglacial carbonate precipitates in that way that the relaxation length is shortened. And also, we could imagine that there would be an increased supersaturation for instance, for the formation of icaite in this Greenland fjord, because that is subglacial water which is coming up. So there is several consequences. It is the rate effect on the subglacial speleothems. It is the saturation of speleothem formation beneath glacial ice. It is the saturation, unsaturation thing with the subglacial precipitates, and it is also a possible potential for the stimulation of icaite formation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sven Eric. This was a really interesting talk with interesting results. So I'm giving one question to the audience before we disperse into the lunchtime. Yes?
You just raised the question about the effect on morphology of this leak.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how it could look like? So what do you expect?
Yeah, well, there's a breakpoint. So the rate of passage enlargement will be higher when the glacier is thin than when it's very thick.
Yeah.
So, and my answer is another good question. What should we look for? I don't know. But maybe there is something. So to all of you, Lucas, look.
Okay. So thank you again, Sven Eric. Thank you for the question, Denise. And yeah, this ends our morning session. We have now break until 2:15 when we continue with the next keynote lecture. So please be in time. I know it's not that much time for the lunch and you have to find a place to eat or to sit in Postojna.
Nekje udaril dvakrat. Sem gledal noge, ni nič tazga, ampak...
I am missing two presentations. Pierre, can you drink your presentation and... and Scherzo is also.
Do kdaj imamo break?
Do 15:60.
Aha, nič ne podaljšuje.
2:15. No.
Okay, 14:15.
Zdaj smo v bistvu na koncu 15.
Se pravi, ta dva.
Ta dva, zdaj pa bomo videli, kaj
Čak,
bo.
kaj oboje damo plakate?
Ne, samo enega, zdaj. Ne, obe, zato ker je nekaj izgleda spreminjala.
Se pravi, desktop.
Desktop pa poster. Kako se piše ona?
Ja, ona je... PDF.
Ja, eno je PDF.
Dominika Tuzimek.
Tuzimek.
A ja, se piše Tuzimek.
I thought that maybe I will practice. Maybe I will change something before.
Kaj pa ta je iste?
Maybe if it's too busy, I can give it now.
Za to sekcijo dajo v tem odmoru.
Or here.
Oliver ima tukaj predavanje. Zdaj sprašuje, zdaj že bo razdedata, lahko da...
Well, you could give us here.
I can give it right now.
Yes.
And if I change anything, I will come back at this
Yes,
break.
yes,
but
yes.
we can check
Give
right
it
now.
give
It's
it
more time.
So about your notes, did you find any solution?
I will. No, I didn't.
Maybe if you write it down on a paper for each slide, if you have time. I'm sorry, it's
Yeah,
the only...
I know. I mean, this is my problem, not yours. But it would be easier to print. But maybe I could.
Si skopiral tole, ne? Da ta gre lahko ven. Si že ga dal ven? Ali?
Čak, zdaj je pa internet crkno, pa je.
Koga?
Internet. Smo offline. A dela internet?
Kaj? Ne, bo zaprto, bo zaprto. Tle dela tule, čakaj, bom probal še enkrat. Recimo, gremo...
For the presentation.
Yeah, you can...
Yeah, it's work. I think it's work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's work.
Okay, internet works. Why are we offline then? On the stream?
Ne vem.
God knows. Čak, da je OBS kliknem.
Kje je? A, tu gor.
Ah, passé, c'est small. We are online. Okay, you can insert your key.
Csak azt mondjuk, ki az a Miska Klincsova? Please, give me.
Yes. You don't want to have it on your
Yeah.
disk?
I will copy. I will copy
You
it.
copy,
Yes.
right. So I was starting with CorelDRAW, and the first copy was a PDF.
Sure, sir. Which one I will copy? Sure, sir. PDF or
PPT?
PPT? Okay.
Shall we try if it works? Check the
Yes.
fonts.
Copy. Copy.
I don't know what happened
Desktop.
with the fonts. I think when we previewed it, it was fine,
Yes.
right?
Coming. Mr. Bossak's stick was fantastic. I'd like to lean that stick for the next slide. That looks really good.
Where it is? Where it is now?
Don't put the pressure on us.
Uvod, Gavrošek, Tunaramo, Palmer, Pandrecic, Bosak, Subglasja, Sosovski. Kje pa je zdaj? Kam ga je pa dalo? Posterje, nekaj še predavanja.
Don't ask me what was the name.
Yes. Where is the name?
The PPT I said.
PPT, yeah. It should be.
That's not mine.
This is not yours. Yes,
No,
I
it's
know.
not.
I put it on desktop. Scherzer?
Yeah,
Here?
that's me. Schatzer.
Yeah. So I must find it here.
2023.
Ah,
There's
here.
the
Ah,
beginning.
here. Okay. You are.
So that's here.
Here.
15, 15, 15, 30.
Yeah, sure. So before the Janine, in front of Janine. Okay. I will
Can we
put-
try if it's coming?
Yes, just a minute. Cancel. Some problems? No.
Good that we tried before.
Try to repair. Wait.
I would be also happy with the PDF. I've printed it on a PDF,
Repair.
20 pages.
Wait.
Very small and
What
simple.
will happen?
Just let us check.
Oh.
So throw it away.
This I will for sure.
Okay, something is wrong.
If you don't, we'll.
Then I will just turn off.
Okay, we will throw it away.
Because if we want to use the
Delete.
sound,
No
It's
sound,
fantastic
only animation.
to have tried it before.
This is
Yeah,
purely to
open.
speed up the presentation.
Stick and the
Otherwise
stick.
I would
Stick Galaxy. No, Galaxy.
No,
Store.
Stone. Yes.
Store in a PDF.
That's it's a PDF.
everything I will
It's very simple.
talk about.
Okay.
Hello. Probably
Sure,
I
sir.
will,
Sure,
mess up,
sir.
somewhere
Here.
in the process.
Have you managed to register?
No.
Full screen? Yes.
No, I mean
Full
I'm
screen.
just being
Where is this?
because I have
And from up to
19
there,
12 minutes, so
arrow up and arrow down.
it's not very. It's very hard to
It should go. Wait.
Full screen?
technically it's more complex this year because we are still
No.
live, yes.
No.
So we're using one computer for everything, which is a bad idea. We should use.
Please don't calculate anything I never wanted.
But we don't have enough. I would need some kind of HDMI connection.
What's it called?
Oh, close the program.
A key. There should be a key. Don't do anything I never wanted. A key, a big one. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
These usually start to make such
Full screen?
Close. Yes.
some I don't know interference or something.
Where is the full screen? Control L.
Could be.
No, it's not.
First the full screen. This is one, and then
This one.
yes, I thought. And then there's the full screen here, and anything else is easy. I take bottom up, bottom down. I don't have anything else.
Remote you have there. Remote you have on the that part.
What is remote? I have
Remote control for your slides.
wonderful.
Ja, ni PowerPoint, zdaj je sam PDF. To je zdaj drugo sranje, ne? Ja, veš. Tu ima zdaj uno, ne? Zdaj ga ne gleda, ne?
Ja, čakaj.
Pointer is on your table.
Ja, wait.
So you open this in Firefox, or in Edge. Maybe we should open this in, which one is this? This one? We should open this in some other program like Adobe Acrobat, and then use this for presentation.
Full screen.
How do I put it in full screen?
Alt enter.
From up to there.
Okay.
Okay, it's work. Okay.
Yeah. Let me do it, please. I want to see these keys. I want to try these keys, left or right or up or down.
Yes. Just a minute, I must switch on. Ja, zdaj bo spet narobe.
Which is it? To the right and left? Or up and down?
This one is forward, backward, and this is a pointer.
Right.
Here is pointer and forward, backward.
Yeah. Yes, I try to do it correct.
Okay. Try.
Čakaj, wait. Še enkrat odprl. Alt enter.
Ja.
Ne, alt enter.
Ne, Alt L.
Alt L.
Ne, Control L. Control L.
Aha.
Try.
Yeah, čakaj. Wait. So it has to go on this screen. It has to go. So when we open it, it has to go on this screen, and then Alt L, Control L, and then it should work.
Try.
Yeah. Looks good. Okay. Se pravi, PowerPoint mora iti na on screen, zato ker nima slideshow.
Ne PowerPoint, PDF.
PDF, ja.
PDF.
Ja,
Ja, tu bo treba zdaj še rešiti, ne?
Kaj?
Tu ga mi ne bomo tle videli. Zdaj ga tle ne vidiš, ga sam tam vidiš.
Ja, pa?
Treba tam gledati.
Ja, tam je treba gledati.
Ja. Okay, I might just put out this storage.
No, it doesn't work anymore, so there must be a reason.
What?
Yeah, he's probably using another window or something.
It's your key. This one is yours?
It's mine, yeah.
Okay.
It's a big file.
Yep. Thank you.
Just a PowerPoint file, but big because there are animations and so on.
Janin, this one. Copy to desktop. Okay. Where is yours now? Go back on this. Now it will be refreshed. That's incredible. Desktop.
Maybe you can view it in
data.
in details. It's
Details.
easier.
Oh.
Here.
Oh, here.
This
Yeah.
one.
Uh-huh. I look just for Junin.
Okay, and try it.
5.
Okay, we'll try. We just mainly have to check that the animations will work. Yes.
That's work.
Yes.
It's work, okay.
they are not exactly all the same, the animation, so I just want to be sure that they all. Okay. Yeah, it seems okay. And the last one. Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
work. Okay.
Works, everything works.
Perfect. I will give you the key back. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
USB drive. Yes, eject. Save to remove. That's your thing. Cap.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it will work.
It's
Yes, you never know.
too easy.
Where it is? Aha, now it's here. This one,
First one.
The first one?
Yeah.
This one. Oliver, copy. Copy to desktop. Paste. Paste. I think it is this one, Karstology. Estonia, yes, 5. Wait. Something.
Oh, seems to be working.
It's work?
Yeah. Now you
yeah.
clicked on the
Yeah.
other window, so you just need to maybe just press once more. It will start over. No, it's on the other screen. Move the mouse there. Well, now it's working. This remote screen needs to be selected or active, then it works. Yeah, seems to be.
Okay.
Everything seems to be in.
I
Great,
must,
working.
I must clean this.
Close it down.
This one. USB disk. Eject. Oliver, quite.
The presentation window
I will rename it a little
Okay,
bit.
no problem.
It is here. Yes.
So, thanks.
Okay.
See you soon.
See you. Scherzer, Pasha, Janin qui est? Qu'est-ce qu'on va pas pizza? Согласен. Тони, чак тега можемо да симлен отер предавanja. Nema tu tleskint tako. Tega pa ne skine. Bosak predavanja. Andretis. Palmer Covington. Predavanja Gabrušek. Tega men. Kam smo dali zdaj unga? Kaj je to? Žanen, aha, to je tatle. Žanen je pa tle na konc, ne? Šercer je tega treba paziti. Kaj? A ja, čak tle nismo, a smo ti že prenesli sem med posterje? Smo, ne? Za to punco.
Ja, to je bila D.
Ne, tu čak posterje, tukaj imamo.
Ja,
Tuzimek, zdaj pa kjer bo, kaj ja, to bo že. Zdaj gremo jesti.
Ja.
Koliko imamo še? 1 uro?
Mislim, jaz sem že pojel.
Ja, jaz še nisem. Kaj boš ti tle?
Pa ja.
Kaj pa jaz? Smo kaj dobili. Kaj pa ne bom zaklepal zunaj, ne? Bo odprto. Tu se bo kaj poneslo. Kar je. Če šukaj ven, je treba zakleniti zunne ključe, veš?
Aha.
Tu sta pa dva. Oboje vrata, rumen pa ta rdeč. Vse imaš gor, nad vrata imaš rumeno oznako ali pa rdečo oznako.
Okay.
S tem dvoje zakleneš.
Okay. Oj.
Jaz grem zdaj, stran, da boš, a ja, se boš odprto, ne?
Ja.
Vidiš, grem zdaj res stran.
Ok. Ja, kumi. Kumi. Je bilo kar napeto, mislim. Tako, če bi hotel imeti res... Čak samo. Nisem sklopil mikrofona. Spet sem pozabil na to. Samo malo. Mikrofon je Evo, zdaj pa sem nekaj povedal v mikrofon, pa boš povedala, če tu slišiš. Zdaj lepo bolj razločno, ne?
some concentrated infiltration, and this makes things very difficult. So you can find as well flow in conduits that are as large as this and as large as this. So this becomes a bit difficult to conceptualize at the beginning and then to attempt to model these systems. So why is this important in our area, in semi-arid regions? So if I compare to Slovenia, there is rain during some summertime, and also we don't have 6 months of drought like the one that we experienced during the summertime in Lebanon, and this is increasing with time. So the first problem that we have is seasonality. So if you look at one time series for one spring, that is one of our most important springs, is the Ja'ita cave of 5.3 kilometers long. You can see that we have a very high discharge during the winter time, and almost, I mean, it drops from, it could be in high flow 20 cubic meter per second, on average 8 cubic meter per second, and it drops down to 1 cubic meter per second. So imagine a city like Beirut, which is the capital of Lebanon, that needs to feed for about 4 cubic meter per second on this spring. So there is a need to find alternative resources. The second problem that we have is climate change. So even if precipitation won't change in the future, and this depends on the different ensembles of climate change projections, we can say that maybe the intensity of precipitation will change, and this will incur some high responses at our springs. And as a matter of fact, we will have very high discharges during winter time that needs to eventually, to find a solution with this, we need to find alternative for storage of this flood water instead of it going to the sea. And during summertime, we will have less and less water. So these are the challenges that we have in our area. And this really calls our attention to try to find a way to, or solutions to these problems. So this is, for instance, just to give you an idea, this is Af'a Cave. Af'a Cave is about 4 kilometers in long. It's a maze, as you can see here. And this cave in September has little water. So it has almost no water. It goes from 25 cubic meter per second. So you are hearing right, we have very high flows, but I mean, these are not sustainable. So very quick evolution of models, and I'm not gonna go too long over this. So when we look at modeling in karst, we can see that we have different approaches. The first ones that are distributed models, where we either simulate karst as one continuum, and this is with equivalent porous medium, or we go to dual continuum medium, where we have a simulation of the matrix and a high permeability zone. We can go to discrete fraction networks, to discrete conduit networks, and a coupled matrix conduit discrete network. Now, these have been applied in different areas or in different sites, but the question is, what models work? So I'm going to go through this presentation, and at the end, maybe come up with one take-home messages about this. So the second one is the laboratory scale model, which are not applicable at the scale to which we're working, because their scaling up is a bit difficult, but it helps us understand how things are occurring in a small scale in an attempt to scale it up. Now, we have lump models, which are very well known for places where we don't know very much about the subsurface, and we want to lump the flow in a certain configuration of the subsurface. And finally, yeah. Can you hear me if I just speak like this? Yes. Yeah, please. I mean, I hate that. So and then we have the black box model. So this is an uprising way of modeling in karst systems, where we're trying to use machine learning. I mean, it was used before as part of statistical analysis, but now we're applying some machine learning algorithms in order to be able to simulate certain outputs of karst systems. So it all started with me going back to Lebanon and figure out that we have no data at all. And as a university professors, we have to do some publications. So the first thing that occurred to me, and since I really like to play with instruments, so the first stand that I visited was the one outside. We started building up a monitoring network. so acquire some funding and build up a monitoring network to acquire some time series on quantity and quality. Then we moved on characterization, because time series on their own can't tell you much. So we went on, did some tracer experiment, pumping tests, geostatistical inference that I will show later on. And then, based on all the results that we have, like a detective, we try to compile everything and change a conceptual model into a numerical model. And now, currently, we're trying to apply some statistical models because we are confident that we have enough record to be able to apply these methods. Our aim is not just groundwater, to understand the science behind groundwater in cars, but it's also to attempt to find some solutions, for instance, projections, finding alternatives, and also trying to figure out this concept of managed aquifer recharge, which is very, very difficult or complex when it comes to cars in our area. So this is the monitoring network here. So we have two springs in the upper catchment and 2 springs in the lower catchment. These are the data that we receive on the dashboard. So this is just a proof of concept. It's not online yet. And we have all sorts of data from multi-parameter probe, from a feed pyrometer, flow, etc. And we also have some climatic stations that allow us to know some time series input for rain and snow. Now this is what I was telling you about. This is the Asal spring here under the snow. This is when you go inside. Okay, so, and this is the Laban spring. So this is called honey spring and this is called yogurt spring. And this is the Laban spring here, and this is the rating curve, and this is a heated gauge that is installed close to the area. So if you look at, please, John. Yeah. Oh, that would be hard. So, okay, I just continue. So if you would look now at the time series, you will see that these time series are quite different. So if we look at the reaction between to snow melt or to rain, we can see that these springs behave very differently. There's something wrong at this time. So you can see here how these react differently. This is one that is on the lower catchment. This is one that is on the lower catchment, and these are the ones on the upper catchment. So you can see how, for instance, the Asal spring has a damped hydrograph, while the Laban spring expresses some huge fluctuation. And in terms of temperature, also we can see these changes as we move on. So we did some karst typology, and we saw that, for instance, the Asal spring has a memory effect of 60 days. So this is why we use it more sustainably in the area, while the Laban spring has a very low memory effect. So we have very high flow that could go up to 11 cubic meter per second and then drop to 76 liter per second. So this water here is conveyed to a dam and stored there. The dam has other issues, but I'm not going to go over this. So our aim is to explain why do we have these discrepancies. So we went on and did some tracer experiments here, and we infiltrated some tracer into a dough line. And when we look at the breakthrough curve, actually Asal, I kept checking the whole time for a breakthrough curve, and I couldn't find any. And at the end, after 14 days, I realized that there was a slight breakthrough curve. I was so happy, but again, this does not justify such a low velocity in karst systems. While if we look at the Laban spring, we can see that the recovery or the breakthrough curve arrived after 3 days. So these springs are just 2.5 kilometers away, and they come from the same Albian and Cenomanian rock formation. But why do they behave differently? So the answer lies in geology. Simply because the Laban spring covers the entire section of the Albian Cenomanian, so its infiltration occurs onto the limestones that are highly karstified in the upper surface, while the Laban spring here, its catchment area lies solely on the dolomites, which have a higher intermatrix porosity, but the dissolution of conduits, you correct me if I'm wrong, people who work with dissolution kinetics, they tend to develop lower conduits. So this is why this explains the different velocities between the two. So, and then since we figured out that Asal has some sort of a damped hydrograph, so we tried to simulate it using an equivalent porous medium. And this is how we simulated with a catchment that was more or less defined based on tracer experiments and of our knowledge of the area. But yet, the main problem that we had is where are the fast preferential flow. So we tried to do some sensitivity on all the parameters and on the placement of the conduit. So, and then we obtained at the end some sort of simulation that could allow us to calibrate the model and then later on validate it. So now we use this model to simulate a climatic ensemble for till 2100, and with this we figured out that we will have a problem in terms of snow melting and the time of snow melting and the recession time that is expected in this area. And also we figured out as well that the volumes will change starting 2070, and there's a pressing need to find a substitute for supply. Otherwise, I mean, we'll have some serious problem. So now, again, let's go back to the problem of the fast infiltration. So the fast infiltration pathways are unknown. So all of what we have are validation in the field of the dough lines that exists there. So here you can see the snow that melts and then goes into this lake, and it infiltrates here. And we have a problem of the location of these fast flow pathways. So we also relied on a satellite imagery to define the location of the dough lines. As you can see, this is the high plateau, and they are asymmetric dough lines. And now what we're trying to do is to rely on a software used in oil and gas that, based on the location of the faults, we try to estimate with a fractal distribution the location of secondary faults, and then try to link the density of the dough line to these secondary faults, and come up with different realizations of the placement of these conduits and assign permeability to them. And later on, if we have various simulations of the transmissivity or potential permeability of the conduits, it is not sure that we will be able to assign that this is the conduit system that we have, but at least we will be able, if we put this into a model, to assign an envelope of uncertainty in terms of the reproduced discharge. And let me tell you that some configuration do not give a discharge at the spring simply because of the lack of interconnectivity between the conduit. So this is work in progress. We are still yet to do different realizations. So also, we did, in collaboration with the University of Strasbourg, a 2D variable saturated discrete fracture network, just in 2D, to see the effect of neglecting the fractures into our system. And this is just a synthetic model to see what is the effect of fractured versus non-fractured that we hope to validate in the future with the real data. So now I'm going to take you very quickly to the lower catchment. So the lower catchment is in the Jurassic aquifer. The upper one was Cenomanian Albion. Here, it's a Jurassic aquifer that is very peculiar. So if I look at here, there's a cave that extends 5.3 kilometers long. If I just drill close to the cave, there's nothing. So basically, it's a system with a very low permeability in the matrix with very high developed conduits. So, and here we have another spring that is called the Eshush spring, which is this one. So, and they are completely independent despite, again, the location or the distance between them. Here we have a river. This is the Nahr al-Kalib river. And here we have a sinking stream that goes directly to the Eshush, but it does not arrive to the Jaita spring because it has a level that is higher than this one here. The river could be like this, and this is when we observe high levels of turbidity in the spring. So, I'm just afraid to get CO2. Oh, okay. So here, this is the data time series that we have so far, precipitation versus discharge. We did a rating curve, ferret, and a flow frequency curve. We have a problem with calibrating very high flows because the system, I mean, we cannot use a rating curve to calibrate very high flow because we didn't measure any flow at these levels. So we do some corrections, especially if we have some channel. We use some calibration using the Manning-Schlichter equation And this is how we correct for these values here. Now, the time series is an informant of what lies in the subsurface. So we could, based on this analysis, figure out that we have 3 potential reservoirs that are operating all together. And these 3 reservoirs could be, we could use in the model this approach in order to model the flow. Now, we did some tracer experiments in the river, and as you can see here, and we can see that they are very, very different one from the other. But the main point that we can get out of this is that the dispersivities are high, velocities are very high, and the lingering effect of a contaminant in the river lasts for about 30 days. So that's the first conclusion we came up with. And then we did some analysis of specific contaminants to try to find the alloctonous and the autochthonous recharge on this karst spring. So we figured out that the artificial sweeteners are introduced through dough lines, while, for instance, iohexol, which is a hospital waste, is introduced via the river. And this allowed us a little bit to confine the boundary conditions in that sense. And then, based on this, we did modeling. We're using a linear reservoir lump model, where we used our information of the time series to create these 5 interflows, which are the diffuse infiltration over the catchment, that react with 2 reservoirs here that represent the conduit and the base flow. And we were able to achieve some good calibration. And we used this model to create some synthetic models of change of temperature and precipitation, as well as intensity of precipitation, to see what would be the effect of such a climate change on our resource. This is a highly mature developed cave here, so I'm going to walk you through it here. This is the Jaita cave, since I don't know if you'll have the chance to visit Lebanon. So this is the Jaita cave. It's a very large conduit, as you can see here. And we did some extensive tracer testing, so about 32 tracer tests in the cave itself, and some tracer experiments in different media, so saturated, unsaturated, unsaturated, to figure out the velocities in this system. Nevertheless, it's really difficult to model this system. So what we're trying to do is to adapt some sort of synthetic model and validate the ability of this model to reproduce just the flow in the cave. We were able to do it in a steady state manner, but yet we're working on the transient manner and on the incorporation of a channel into the conduit to be able to do it. And we hope later on to be able to calibrate these transport parameters that we have into the cave system. Now, the last part is coupling everything, all those process-based models, to machine learning. It all started with a Karma project, which was funded by Prima, and it's a project with a consortia in Europe. So, and we thought to take it further and apply this with different learning techniques. So I have a student from the computational science program who is currently working on simulating some outputs, spring outputs, using the LSTM, which is a long short-term memory that is used for time series, and also a dynamical system approach where we try to simulate it using some sort of polynomial relationship rather than relying just on simple activation functions. So, and we have the training data, we validate, and then we test. And this is based on a series of number of models where we use different hypertuning parameters and different activation functions here, and different weight and biases to be able to come up with some sort of idea or some sort of a calibrated model and compare it to the process-based. So different approaches in karst, what works, modeling approaches in karst, what works and what doesn't. I mean, I can't answer this question. The aim, once we collected all of this data, the aim was really to get to know the karst system even better. I even know them better than my family, I guess. And they're always in my prayer, because I mean, sometimes if an instrument fails, I'm almost having a heart attack. So we tried this, and we are trying this as well, and combining it with statistical machine learning techniques and lump models. I can tell you that there is no single solution. our aim is, it's an iterative process. So now, once we're getting more data, we're getting to know a little bit more our systems. We are tweaking even more the models to be able to reach at least something that is mimicking nature. And as Francie said, it's very difficult to mimic a very complex nature. So these are my concluding remarks in terms of what works and what doesn't. So our aim is to use sometimes a model to simulate the effect of land use, land cover, to simulate climate change. So in that case, we need a distributed model or a semi-distributed model. But if this doesn't work, we can always rely on some sort of lump model to predict an input, an output from an input. And I think the best combination would be to try to combine different methods to be able to constrain this uncertainty that we have based on models. So the outlook is that we'll continue to do some flow simulations on some of the springs that we haven't done yet, like the linear reservoir model on the Laban spring. We will also apply the machine learning techniques. We also have some work in managed aquifer recharge. So we have an experimental site in semi-fractured, so in fractured conglomerate that is not karst, but I mean it is still complex. So we're trying to do, we have an experimental well there where we're trying to inject water and see how this system is occurring, in a hope to be able to fund some large managed aquifer recharge, for instance, in the Albion Cenomanian rocks that have this fissured matrix characteristic. One last thing is that an integrated methodology from monitoring to modeling is very important at this stage. I mean, nobody is believing on the stress that is being exerted on water, because water exists still. But it's really, water scarcity is a latent disease that is yet to come and strike really hard, especially in our areas. So I think this modeling, monitoring to modeling, provides some science-based evidence that will drive policymaking and will help actually prevent such problems of water scarcity in the future. And with that, I leave you with a beautiful snow melt in a dough line in the upper plateau. And I thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Joanna. There is still some time left for the audience. Please raise your hands who have some questions. Here.
Thank you for the nice talk. I'm wondering about these, how do you call that, artificial intelligence or machine learning models. Do you think we can really apply them outside the range of the conditions we have measurement?
So that's a very good question. It depends if we are able to find a relationship between an input and an output. So for instance, with the dynamical system approach, it transfers somehow an input that could be precipitation or a river flow into some projected output. So in that case, if we have projection for precipitation, for instance, at the level of a day, we will be able to at least have some sort of behavior of a future data. But if you are using the data itself, you cannot apply it outside its level unless you have an idea about how the data will be affected in the future. But my answer would be no if you're using the data itself, no. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe some more questions. We have got the time. So now it's the opportunity, but also during the coffee break, Joanna will be with us for a few days. So if there's really no questions, thank you, Joanna.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker, I think I don't need to. Sorry. I think I don't need to introduce Paul Williams very in detail. You will take us to the marble karst in New Zealand, right?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about a problem which I think affects probably every karst spring in the world, and that is contamination. This is the case of a spring which has experienced about roughly a doubling of the nitrate concentration in it, and we want to know where it's coming from and how to fix it, because we don't want it to increase. I'm talking about very low levels. Most of you would regard it as pure water, it's so low. But the point is, for us, it's gone up since we've been measuring it, and we want to nip it in the bud. Okay. Oh, one too many. So the first thing is, I just introduced you to the aquifer, which is made of Ordovician marble, about 1 kilometer thick. Then I will talk about the origin of the springs, which is the springs we've been monitoring, which drains one of the main outlets for the aquifer. And then finally at the bottom, I'll talk about a simple modeling approach to try to identify the source of our problem. It's by mass balance modeling. Now the catchment is located in the north of the South Island of New Zealand. Is about 40 degrees south, so about the latitude of the Pyrenees, I guess, in the northern context. The catchment boundary shown here rises to about 1650 meters above sea level and 940 square kilometers altogether, of which 714 square kilometers drains to the springs. And the springs are by the red dot at the top with the initials TWS, which is a Maori language name, Te Waikarapupu Springs. Te Waikarapupu means the bubbling water springs. The springs are by the red star. The little town nearby is called Takaka. This valley is called the Takaka Valley. And at the bottom down here, you see the scale. That's 10 kilometers. So the spring, you notice, is offset slightly to the left, considering the recharge area is coming all across here. It's not going directly to the sea, not in a north-south sense. The side of the valley is defined by a very big fault. It's a reverse fault. And the whole valley is a fault angle depression. It's been thrust in from the east because the Pacific is moving towards New Zealand, pushing it, and it's driven it down. So we have a karst plateau at, a karst plateau at the top. There we are, about 850 meters. And these ranges in the background are mainly marble as well. The entire fault line is made of marble, and there's marble underlying the valley. But behind the marble, there is the intrusion of granodiorite, which goes, of course, right beneath the marble and pokes up through it. And this granodiorite provides allogenic runoff, which sinks, of course, into the marble. So, looking up the valley, we see the fault scarp all along here. This is the valley floor, underlain by marble, but veneered by very thick glaciofluvial gravels. Rivers come in from quite high mountains, like this one over here has a Maori name called the Wainaro, and this one is the Anatoki, and the main Takaka River comes in the top, runs around here, and are joined by these two rivers. And here we see it in summer with fairly low water. Now, the seaward end of the valley is capped. So from the springs which are over here to the red line here, which roughly depicts the Artesian boundary, is about 8 kilometers distance. So the lower 8 kilometers of the valley is capped, and it's Artesian system. Upstream, you'll see where the rivers are coming in, you'll notice a series of of sinks in the road, and even the road makes a diversion around it. So there's marble underlying all of this. Just very briefly, to look at some geology, the green color is the marble exposed in the hills. Here's the main fault line escarpment running more or less north-south. All this shaded area is the glaciofluvial gravel, which is overlying marble, and marble hills pop out again on this side, and behind that there's mainly schists and some diorite. The spring is here. So the water, although going along the line of the fault angle depression, doesn't go straight to the sea, it's offset. And the reason it's offset, the clue to it is these brown patches here, which are the cover beds, which are mainly Eocene and younger coal measures and mudstones. So if we look at the cross sections through here, we'll see the non-carbonates here. Here's the carbonate rocks, and here's a big downfold of Eocene and younger sediments above, which in fact exists from here, and the syncline strikes more or less north-south. And as a consequence of that, the groundwater which is going through the valley is steered around the edge of the syncline to appear on the western side. And as we go up the valley, you can see for yourself the various sections. So we've got a lot of marble on the plateau. This receives allogenic runoff from the granodiorites, and there's still bits and pieces of the cover beds above it. Oops, sorry, not too fast. Don't know who Nero keeps poking his finger in, doesn't he? Get another one. And another one. And another. Okay, get ready to stop. Right, one more. Right. Now, just because we're in a karst audience, I thought you might be interested in this. If we look at the topography of the valley, it's now covered with very thick sediments, glaciofluvial. The blue dashed line represents sea level. And you'll notice that in this section here, for example, and there's a scale of 1 kilometer, you've got corrosional plains across the valley floor. You've got them here as well. But these corrosional plains are trenched from from rivers, valleys now buried by Pleistocene materials. So most of our groundwater is going through the marble, and most of it is below sea level in the valley. And at the top, you see this enormous wedge in brown of the Eocene and younger sediments, which are driving the water across the left-hand side. So the water emerges at the springs, and the springs are located not far above sea level. So if you put a borehole down beside the springs, you find there's marble at 3 meters above sea level. You can see the artesian effect in the boil of the water coming up, but they also carry about 0.5% of seawater, and that increases as the discharge increases. The water volume emerging from the aquifer, if you look at the age of the water measured by tritium and the volume of water discharged, then the volume of water in the aquifer is almost approaching 3 cubic kilometers. And it has an average throughput time of nearly 8 years. It actually runs between about 2 years and even up to 100, probably in some places. The clarity is close to the optically pure water. It's the clearest karst water ever measured. So you're looking at the main spring, and the main spring has an average discharge of just under 10 cubic meters per second, but there's more water coming in, as we'll see. Here's the main spring from above. just now you were looking across this direction. There's another spring over here, and there's also springs in the trees behind which come round in a stream called Fish Creek, and they join the main flow here. And so the total volume coming out of the springs averages 13.4 cubic meters per second, but rises to 26 cubic meters per second. And that is a plan of the layout of the main springs and the springs behind it, which fluctuate according to the pressure head. And this, by the way, is just water being taken off for a salmon farm. It's not natural. Now, here's the problem. We're dealing with small numbers. This is nitrate concentration. The average nitrate concentration from our forests is about 0.2 milligrams per litre, because most of the nitrate is recycled in the forest ecosystem. When we started measurements there, it was running at about 0.3. Now we're measuring 0.5. So as a percentage increase, this is really quite a bit. All right, the concentrations are low, but it's going up, and we don't want it to go up anymore. The different colored dots simply tell you the different agencies that were doing the measurement of the nitrate. So, firstly, where are the recharge source areas supplying the springs? Because obviously the nitrate's coming from there. So let's identify those. How much water does each source area contribute? Because from that we get the mass flux. And then the final question is, where is the main source of nitrate contamination? Because that's what we want to manage. So a series of research steps. I don't have time to go through these in detail, but we're going to find the source areas. We're going to quantify the mean annual discharge from each one. We'll identify the mean annual tracer signatures. In here I'm using delta 18O as a conservative tracer. Using nitrate as a tracer too. It's not conservative, but we can adjust for that. And we'll get figures for each of our recharge areas. Then we identify the various outflow sites. And it's not just the spring I mentioned. There's springs offshore as well. There's submarine springs. And then we're going to do a very simple model just using mass balance. And we'll get the average proportions of flow and hence volumes contributed by each recharge area. And the modeling is constrained by the requirement to be consistent with measured values of discharge, O18, and nitrate at both input and output sites. So it's pretty tightly constrained. So we calculate the average nitrate load introduced to the aquifer by each recharge area, determining the effect of nitrification during groundwater transmission through the aquifer, and finally determining the mean annual nitrate budget for the karst aquifer, and we will identify in that process where the main load is coming from. So if we look at the catchment you saw on the geology map just now, we can see there's the grey area is the cap rocks in the lower basin, which confines the aquifer and makes it artesian. The big blue areas are where the main recharge is coming from, and that includes the allogenic sinking underground in the karst plateau. The green is the middle valley, which has mainly glaciofluvial gravels over it, but there's marble underneath. And that's our main source areas. And so we can see from this the values which we can assign to recharge from each of these source areas. Consequently, the input from our various source areas is about 21,000 litres per second on average. Here's our output at the springs, 13,400 litres per second. And then there's submarine springs up here, which are yielding about 7 cubic meters per second. And then there's recharge overflow, which means we've got water which was recharged, but it meets the artesian boundary when the aquifer is already full, and as a consequence it overflows at the surface down the main river. From this we can calculate the proportions of flow, which is used mainly by the delta 18O as a conservative tracer. So for example, the Upper Tarctica River contributes 0.13 of the flow at main spring, which if we translate that into litres per second, that's 1253 litres per second on average. And so go through the main sources, you get the proportions, consequently you can work out the actual values of litres per second. Now, for each of these source areas, we've also worked out the average nitrate input. So we know the nitrate input average, we know the average discharge input, and of course then we can work out the mass flux. Now, so we've got this amount going in from the upper... So we get the average amounts that we've calculated going in. Oh, here we go. Thank you. From the various sources we've identified as providing recharge. If we sum it all up, we can see that the amount of water of nitrate coming out at the springs is 161 tons per year. But there's also this nearly 76 tons per year bypassing it to springs. This input is then going to the outputs, the main spring, the Fish Creek springs, the submarine springs. And in the process of going from here to here, there's mixing and nitrification. And this takes, on average, 8 years. The difference between the amount of nitrate going in and the amount of nitrate coming out is about 16%, and that's the effect of the nitrification. And nitrification, just to remind you, is the biological oxidation by bacteria of ammonia to nitrate, followed by oxidation by separate organisms of the nitrite to nitrate. Most of the ammonia and so on is coming from the farming, from the cattle. Now, that's the nitrification we can look at, identify by that simple difference of numbers. But we can also test this in the aquifer by going back to the numerous groundwater wells which we have, for which we have nitrate values. And it makes perfect sense. So, yeah, I'm just about to do that. So then, the main spring of Fish Creek Springs discharge that amount of nitrate per year. This is contributed by the mid-valley infiltration, 81.6%, let's say 82%. The karst uplands, that's the mountains on each side, about 15%. The rivers which are coming in, the Takaka River and the Wainaro, very small amounts. This is coming mainly from national park covered in forest. And a further 88 tons per year of nitrate is discharged by submarine springs. So that's the balance. What we see then is by far the most is coming from the mid-valley infiltration, which is basically the farmland. So I think we've missed one. Here we go. And here is an example really of that farmland country, and you can see these are natural sinks, substance sinks in gravel, which are in fact collecting the drainage from cowsheds and so on. And there's clearly eutrophication taking place there, and that is the source of our problem. So the conclusions. It's a large aquifer, developed in Ordovician marble, etc., with flow-through time of about 8 years. The groundwater is discharged at the springs, 13.4 cumex, which makes it one of the largest springs in the southern hemisphere. The spring water is derived mainly from the karst uplands, about 59%, influent river flow, which provides about 31%, and valley percolation, which provides 10%. And that goes through the alluvial gravels, and there's also a minor source from seawater. So we had early signs of water deterioration from at least the 1970s. It was going on before that, but that just happened to be when the measurements started. And what the important conclusion for us is that mid-valley rainfall provides 10% of the spring flow, but those waters convey 82% of the nitrate contamination. And my final slide is this good news. We were fighting this in the courts through the New Zealand Environmental Court, and we've won the case. It was a 4-year battle, and the Minister for the Environment will provide us with what's called a water conservation order placed over the springs and across its entire recharge area. And this is the highest level of protection which we can give to any water in New Zealand. And the really important point for us is that it's covering the groundwater system, not just the spring. And the court requires that nitrate concentrations of the springs are reduced. And the regional government is told to make sure it happens, basically. This is the first time in New Zealand that an entire groundwater system has been given the highest level of protection by the state. It sets a legal precedent for us, and it's a major step in raising public awareness of the impacts of agriculture on resources. I'm pleased to say that many farmers are already voluntarily cleaning up their practices. So it's a lesson for everybody. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much for this really interesting story, and I'm so happy that it has got happy end at the end. Is this published somewhere, maybe, or will be published?
Yes, it's just come out and carbonates and evaporates.
Perfect, thank you.
About
We'll look for it in the
2
Google
months
Scholar
ago.
or other browsers.
I've got a few reprints here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Wait a minute. Maybe somebody from the audience has got some question. We've got the time. There's one hand, 2 hands. Franjo is running.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. Very interesting, intriguing story. I was just wondering, although I should know, and I will tell you later why I should know, was the water oxic, the discharging water? So no suspicion of the nitrification?
No.
Okay.
It's at least 80% saturated with oxygen.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I was actually one of the reviewers
so
of the paper.
I didn't tell you that, but that's one of the measurements we've done here.
So we can discuss later. Thank you.
Some other question? Thank you, Paul, once again. Thank you. So the next speaker is missing. So since this mobile CO2 is intruding our lectures all the time, Nero, now is the time for you. So Mr. Scherzer, please, here you are. Thank you.
Hello everybody, thank you for being here. I come up with a new speleogenesis thesis. Yep, I didn't do anything. Yeah. It's called NERO. The long form is Nerohytical Speleogenesis. Nerohytis is Greek and means zinc. And the idea is that CO2 may be the driving force for karstification in a special way. And CO2 mobility may have a pointing downward mobility, preferred mobility. We are the working group NERO. The 2 heads of this working group is me, I'm a caver, and the other one is Mr. Holger Klass, he's scientist from the University of Stuttgart. Anybody understands me? Yeah. It works? Right. So the NERO thesis is a child of the green covered karst of my Swabian homeland. The springs are fed by rainfall only, and all the rainfall first percolates through the soil, and then it spends years and years and years in the underground, in average 20 years roundabout, until it comes out at a spring. And on the way to the spring, it's stuck in a traffic jam, in a stop-and-go traffic jam. That's how I imagine it. Stop and go, that's quite important for the thesis. What's the difference to the other thesis? All the other theses are focused on the water cycle. Berkeley assumes 2 water cycles that mix, and Dreibrot has a solvent power from upstream, Klimchuk, solvent power from the depth. NERO is different. We focus not on the water cycle, we focus on the mobility of CO2. We assume that there's a water cycle that's years and years old and saturated with all of it, lime and CO2. It's in equilibrium, but it's fed with additional CO2 coming from up, from outside air, from the soil and from the vadose zone, CO2 is coming to the water level, water table, whatever, and something happens indicated with the small blue clouds. You will be surprised. So the stations are air and crops or any other plants, soil, the vadose zone, and then the water level. Now I have to make a detour to CCS. My partner, Mr. Holger Klass from University of Stuttgart, 20 years ago, he was researcher in CCS, carbon capture and storage. I hope everybody has heard before about this climate geoengineering technique. The idea is to catch CO2 from chimneys and press it into the underground to get rid of it. What happens in the underground with CCS is that first supercritical CO2 rises up to a barrier in this aquifer, and then, and that's quite interesting, then on the right-hand side you can see CO2 dissolves in water, and it fingers slowly down because it makes the water more dense and make it sink down. And now the main question is fingering, like on the one hand, right-hand side shown, is fingering happening in karst water as well? And does CO2 get into a solubility trap in karst water? And is this significant for cave development? That's the main question. We came up with a very simple experiment in the laboratory in the Stuttgart University. We started with a cuvette with blue colored water, blue color with pH indicator, and a CO2 containing atmosphere above. And we wanted to make pictures, that's why we needed a camera. Look at this photograph. It's a photograph. It's the nicest, not the only one. We can see that the CO2 dissolves in this water and it makes the water sour and the pH indicator change color. So we can see the fingers. It happens. And the other thing is the simulations we can make, we made with this, with our instruments from CCS, they work. So they are useful even for karst processes. That was the first experiment, and the next one was a big one in my second living room in the Leichner Tiefenhöhle. We brought up a high column, a plastic column, open at the top. Don't mention the letters, they are just for stabilization. This plastic column was 6 meters high, and it was inside and outside with CO2 sensors. So we could watch the CO2 behavior. So what we can see, first I have to mention that the high values are plotted downward because of CO2 sinking behavior. First we see it's a green color. I hope nothing happens when I use the pointer. You can see the green line, that's the outside cave air line. It fluctuates. That's no surprise that outside cave air CO2 fluctuates. And the other is the light blue line. It's the sensor in 6 meter depth, and we can see the CO2 level, it rises. CO2 is trapped in this column. It goes in and never comes out anymore. That was what we expected. The dark blue one in the middle, this is in 1 meter depth. It sinks as well. The level is higher and plotted deeper than the outside cave air CO2, but it is only half-wise trapped. And it follows a little bit the more or less the fluctuation of the outside cave air CO2. We have estimated how much CO2 may be transferred up to from cave air to columns water. And the result was 120 gram per square meter and per year. More is not possible. From this information, I went into the old Berkeley graphic. In the old Berkeley graphic, we can see the rainwater point, this one, and the point after denudation, that's the left one from the one in the middle. I guess that 98% of all CO2 is dissolved close to the soil and then nothing happens. The water spends in this state of mind a long time in the underground until the Nero process may start. The final 2%, they form our caves because our karst body has 2% cavities, and those 2% cavities must come in between this point and that point, and the red line is a 2% plus. And therefore we need a 6% plus in CO2. And we can calculate how much this is, what we need. It's 50 gram per square meter water surface. This is 50 square meter of land surface and per year. So the dimensions are correct. 120 are maximum possible by chemistry and physics, and 50 are needed. So I think Nero is really significant, and I don't expect Nero to be the only process that make our caves. Of course, we've got the Berkeley, Dreibrot, and Klimchuk processes as well. But I think Nero is a new process that's really important, and well, we will see. We've just started with the research in this topic. CO2 in cave air, we know not too much about it. We can see that there are even in deep shafts. This photograph is made close to the water level in 135 meters depth, and there was a time where sinter was growing, and this represents a time with low cave air CO2, otherwise sinter can't grow. And the sinter was growing on limestone fundament, but this limestone fundament, it is vanished after. You can see below. This shows a time that indicates a time with high CO2 cave air level. So the picture in the cave teaches us a lot about cave air CO2 fluctuations in long times, and we wanted to measure in normal times with it. I've got short results only. The blue and the pink color are from Leichner Tiefenhöhle again. The blue one from 40 meter depth and the pink one from 80 meter depth. The other one is in 100 meter depth from a borehole. And we can see the deeper you go, the higher the CO2 content in cave air is. Another result is, without a picture, the CO2 rises quickly after rainfall, not within weeks, within some hours, within few days. The CO2 level rises. That was really impressive for me. I didn't expect that. And last year I thought that it may be ventilation that brings down CO2 from the soil to the water level. I can't believe that ventilation can work this fast. It may be another process, I don't know. Maybe you can take part on the research. And what about soil? The soil scientists say are really good in modeling CO2 contents. Outside air, crops and soil, they know everything. The input is from outside air, CO2, and the output they call DIC, dissolved inorganic carbon, but I think in this place they stop thinking. I think it's an equilibrium between dissolved inorganic carbon and gases inorganic carbon. I think it's again the ratio from 94% dissolved and 6% gases. But I think all in all, this process is really complicated and there's more research necessary. So Nero is a new topic. Maybe it's the new fashion, Nero research. Everybody's welcome. We are a really small group. We are almost nobody. So everybody's invited. And finally, we need an all-encompassing Nero speleogenesis model. That's hard work. Of course, a Nero book should be written. And Nero is really important because basic research is useful for climate geoengineering. If we know more about mobile CO2, then, well, we can earn big money because it's worth money. It's worth money to get rid of CO2. If we know how to treat CO2 and how to get rid of it, we can make money because behind the spring, after 50, 100 meters, 50 or 100 meters, all the CO2 is exhausted into the atmosphere back. If we catch it and if we can get rid of it, it's worth money. The other idea in my brain is when the water after springs is rid of CO2, is free of CO2, then it should be easy to make travertine farming. I think that's profitable and possible. And of course, research money for CO2-driven processes, that should be easy to come by. So, thank you for the attention and join our working group NERO.
Thank you very much. Now I'm sure there will be questions and comments in the audience. Who will be the first one?
Yes, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. I have a questions about the picture you show with the cover of your books with the flowstone on the wall and the wall retreat. Which difference do you think that we have between condensation corrosion processes or height level of CO2 in the atmosphere able to corrodate the wall?
Do I really have to explain that?
Yes, because yes, you have a flowstone over the wall, and you have the pattern of the wall with 5 centimeters of retreat.
I can explain that. Everybody hears me?
If you have some condensation corrosions due to hotter temperature, air temperature than the wall temperature, you have condensations with some water, and with a very low amount of CO2, if you have very often condensations, you can have corrosions of the wall by this water film. And if you have only the CO2 in the atmosphere, you must have a high amount of CO2 to be able to have the same action of corrosions. Do you make a difference between this, or have you measured this?
Well, I know a lot about it. And I hope I've understood the question right. So sinter grows when the CO2 gets out of the drip, then the drip can't keep the lime anymore. So that's the way how sinter forms. And corrosion fundament of the lime below, that's more interesting because the lime below has small lime grains with a big surface. So when corrosive water comes, it first dissolves the lime from the fundament because of the higher surface. If you put both into your tea, sugar with big grains and powder sugar, then the powder sugar is dissolved first. So that may happen. But I'm not sure if I really understood right the question. Was that the question? Is that the answer?
Yes, what do you make a difference between condensation corrosion actions?
It's the opposite.
Or to have only aggressive water with high level of CO2 arriving
I guess there's a water film. Well, all in all, I think that the high CO2 levels in the cave air make they first make the cave, and then they form sinter in a time when fresh air was in the system, and a second time there was corrosion in the cave air, and that made the water film on the wall sour again and aggressive. That's my idea. We can see fossils weathering out, and they are really far, looking far out of the wall. well, you may be invited to take part in this in the research, and maybe we follow the discussion the next some days.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there will still be time to continue this discussion and opportunity, of
weeks,
course.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. And we continue with Pierre-Yves Genin from CISCA, Switzerland. We are looking forward to some novelties of the Karsis.
Thank you. So hello everybody. So I will try to show you how over the last 10 years we developed a tool at our institute, at the Swiss Institute for Speleology and Karstology, in order to build hydrogeological 3D conceptual models of karst aquifers. And I will try to explain you what I mean with this type of conceptual models. The approach we developed about 10 years ago was named Karsis. This is a contraction of karst and systems, so hydrogeological system is meant. And the aim is to assess, when we see such a spring, where does the water of such a spring comes from, through what underground flow route it go, and what are the related groundwater reserves or groundwater bodies related to those springs. And Karsis was developed to address these three questions. The idea is that we usually have quite a lot of data which are not always very well used for trying to address those questions. And the idea is really to use the existing data about the geology, the hydrology, the caves, the drill holes, the tracer test, the geophysics, and some other types of maps, and to combine them within a given flow, workflow, in order to, along which we will apply some very basic concepts of the hydraulics of flow in the underground, and from which we will derive a model. In the 20th century, we developed hydrogeological maps, which were somehow the way we try to put things together and to understand the underground. But in the 21st century, we can easily not do such a map, but just do it in 3D. And this is, Karsis is nothing else than doing that. Okay, the workflow is this one. So we collect the data, we put that into a database, and we have a series of steps. First, we have to put these data in 3D together, and then we define the geological or hydrogeological units we want to represent in the model. And this is very important because we have to decide which rock units are probably karstified and which rock units are not permeable or will work as occludes. And then based on that, we will build a 3D geological model of the region. And then we will introduce water into this model by applying some very basic principles. And out of it, we will be able to derive the flow systems coming from the recharge area to the spring. And out of this 3D model, we can produce maps again if we want. And this approach was developed between 2010 and 2015 and was quite appreciated by different people. And we had people coming from all over the world at our place because they wanted to apply this approach The point was that it was not efficient for us because they have to spend 3 months in Switzerland, which is quite expensive. And it was not efficient for us because we had to take care of them during 3 months, which was quite expensive. And so we thought that maybe there is another way to do, and this way is called visual courses. And the idea is, in fact, to apply this courses approach on a tool which is available online, meaning that anyone in the world could apply it, and the modelers will build this model, and the modelers could share the model first maybe with us. If they have problems, we can help them, but we'll share their models with the end users, who are people who are maybe not interested in developing or improving the models, but really in looking at it and understanding underground flow routes. How it is, so for building the model, so we are speaking about the modelers, we take a digital elevation model, we take geological maps or other type of maps, we take cross-sections, we take boreholes, we take underground galleries, and we put everything together, and we put that into a 3D model, a 3D scene. Just at this stage, we usually realize that there are about 20 to 30% of mistakes, just cross-sections with wrong coordinates and so on. And then the next step is this hydrostratigraphy. So we really have to look at the local data and to decide which formations are karstified, which are not, and we can attribute parameters to those formations. And then we really start the work with the geology. So we will work on the various cross-sections, put contact points and dip indications at different locations in order to make the model. We can also work on the geological map. And then after a while, we can decide to make a calculation of the model, and we will get this type of 3D model of the geology. And then the next step will be to introduce water into this model. So the main indication about water is karst springs. They are very specific objects in karst because the springs are really the convergence point of all the groundwater at a few, sometimes even one single location. And what we can for sure say is that the volume of the karstified rock, which is located below the spring, is certainly phreatic, full of water. And we put that into the model, and based on this, we can assess the volume of the groundwater located below the springs. And having that, we can have a first idea of the groundwater flow in the region. I have to go quick, so this is the output page, so the page dedicated to the end user, and they can see the scene in 3D and in 2D. They can adjust the map, they can click on or off the different layers, and they can produce different types of maps, such as isohips maps of the respective geological layers or of the groundwater. They can make cross-sections anywhere in the model. And here, this is a map of the groundwater with the geological layer. And they can even draw their own sketch on that. And they can export all this for any further purpose, for a paper or in their GIS if they want. And they can share this model with colleagues or with end users. It's quite easy. And okay, this is quite nice. And we can do that since 3-4 years now. But in fact, we realize that it's a little static, and that we really would like to see, I have to go one. No. And this is an example here. This is the type of result we get. So we can see the two springs. In this case, we have two different aquifers over one after the other, and means that you have two different groundwater bodies with the two springs. And just doing that on a single map would be quite difficult. And using this type of model, you can explain that to anyone. But now it would be even better if we could put the rain on top of it. And so it's what we developed over the last 2 years. So we can really make the rain falling and look at the raindrops flowing through the mountain and converging towards the groundwater body and toward the springs. And this is for the lower aquifer, and you will see that you have the no recharge in the middle because it's capped, but on the side you have the water falling down and then following down deep the impervious layers and going toward the spring. So this is the animation module we developed and we are still developing. And in fact, it raised a few questions doing it, because what we realize is that in hydrogeology, we usually work with really orders of magnitude of hydraulic conductivities. And we don't realize that these are orders of magnitude. And when you want to make such an animation, you want the animation to be about 2 minutes long. And in 2 minutes, you can at the most represent 2 orders of magnitude. But because you have processes over 6 or 8 orders of magnitude in karst, you really have to have different time scale for the animation. So we defined 3 different time scales. One is the order of 30 days. Another one is in the order of 10 years. And a third one is in the order of centuries. And the processes you want to represent in your model will not be the same, but this is the only way to do in order to be able to cover the full range of flow velocities we find in karst regions. And so this is another example on what we are going further in this development. So you can see here we have removed the limestone bed, we have just the clay bed, we can see the water falling down towards the groundwater body, and now we can represent I will zoom in and you can see the particles flowing within the groundwater body towards the spring, which is there. And in fact, what we are developing now is to try to put caves within this groundwater body. And so we'll see the cave coming. The light blue is the surface runoff, and these are the caves. And we can make the cave attracting the water particles and feeding the spring in this way. But as you may see, there are still some bugs in the computing, and so we are on the way to improve that and to be able to introduce the caves and to represent the underground in a more realistic way. So in conclusion, visual karst makes possible to build a conceptual model of groundwater flow in karst. It's conceptual because there are no real calculations. It's just a way to represent things. It's in 3D and going now towards 4D, including time. And we believe that it can be used to address many questions related to karst hydrogeology by synthesizing existing data into a single model. And this is good for both academic and applied questions. For sure, it can be the first step towards a more quantitative approach, But in any case, you need such a model to start, and then if you really want to have more quantitative results, you can use this as a base for more numerical modeling. Visual Courses is freely available online, so you just go on the visualcourses.com and you can register and work. And there are courses more or less every 3 months, and the next course is the 5th and 6th of July. And this is the number of users. By the end of May, we just went over 1,100 users from all over the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pierre-Yves. This is really impressive. So will it also be possible for some environmental changes to include into your model to see how the springs will behave in future or did in the past?
Okay, for this I have to talk with Joanna first. And yeah, we have many ideas, so we could couple many things. Yes, we have many ideas. We could couple many things to these models, but in all these models, we never have to forget uncertainties. These models are nice, but there are still models and uncertainties. And the more models we put on top of each other, the more uncertainty we have. So this is one reason of my question before to Joanna.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so in case I can make some demo directly on models. Thank you.
Yeah, wait, maybe somebody from the audience also have some question. We have got time. Franz is waiting.
Thanks, Perry. I was impressed. But the rain is intriguing me. How do you formalize it? I mean, we know that to model a dose flow, it's really tricky. Or, I mean, do you use some kind of rule-based models, like, I don't know, cellular automata or...
Yes, so this is a kind of particle tracking. We generate a number of drops, and we have rules all along the way to tell the drop where to go. And it's why we see that there are still some mistakes. But we can do things which are not too bad, so they can really follow different surfaces according to the hydraulic conductivity. We have some parameters for runoff, for instance, to have more runoff on impervious layers, or even full runoff, or infiltration. And then for the caves, so far I had to cheat a little. But so far we introduce drill holes which can attract the particles, and I made just horizontal drill holes for doing the caves. But yeah, it's just a matter of doing it. But then, because it's not physical, sometimes it's a bit tricky. So it's why we really have to keep in mind that it's conceptual.
Thank you.
We have got time for a quick question, if somebody. If not, then thank you very much. And with this, we conclude this part of the session. Now it's coffee break, but before you leave, please, those presenters that have presentations in the next slot, please bring your presentations, not to delay the time of the slot too much. Thank you. We see each other again at 4 o'clock sharp. Yeah, presentations for the posters, also bring them, please.
On je zaseden v sredo,
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you Lukas Plan from Vienna. He will tell us what do we know about the water table. And he will take us to some caves, right?
Of course. Hello, everybody. I hope you're not falling asleep because you ran out of coffee, but we'll see. I will talk about the karst water table. What do we know about it? And I will bring examples from the Eastern Alps. So the idea is there is many cavers going as deep as possible into the caves and eventually ending up at some siphon. But to bring all this data together, I made some profiles and to get an idea what is controlling or how this karst water table behaves. I put karst water table in exclamation marks because it's not fully accepted, and I use a justification by Philipp Häuselmann, also known as Präzis. A water table, such as in porous aquifers, does not exist in karst systems, which are too heterogeneous. So on the one side you have the conduits, on the other side you have the matrix. However, since we have seen that the water in the tubes behaves approximately like that of a normal water table, and also for simplicity's sake, we will still use the term karst water table, knowing that in a strict sense this is not correct. So I hope you can deal with this term, and sometimes it's also known as, or also termed, piezometric surface. And at least at karst geomorphologists, the concept of the karst water table is in use in the main guidebooks. The famous four-state model uses it, and as also the piezometric surface, and also in the new book by Jo de Waal and Francesco Gutierrez, you see this dome-shaped structure here at the base of this karstified plateau, indicating the karst water table. So as we are sitting now here in Slovenia, and if we go 300 kilometers to the north, we end up at the Northern Calcareous Alps. Always when I'm here, I'm talking about Northern Calcareous Alps. And we mainly focus on this central and eastern part of the Northern Calcareous Alps. At least the big plateaus, this is one of the examples of the big plateaus, the Hagengebirge. You have 1,000 or sometimes 1,500 meters of limestone. Normally below there is dolomite. The limestone mainly is Upper Triassic Dachstein limestone, and then below is Hauptdolomit or from dolomite from the Wetterstein formation. And these plateaus, some of them have several hundred square kilometers. The first, so here is Salzburg, city of Salzburg, Graz, and we will go from west to east. And the first cave system of first plateau, plateau is not so well developed in that area, is the Lamprechtsofen, which is the deepest cave in Austria. It's 60 kilometers long and 1,725 meters deep. But there actually you don't see karst water table. You see, I always use this inverted triangle to mark the sumps. So you see sumps at several elevations, sometimes changing elevations, and then major streams in the lower part of the cave. And at the lowest point is one of the cave entrances. So here it's mainly controlled by the geology, a very maybe too simplified but very simple geology showing the limestone, then the Dachstein dolomite, which is also has also quite good properties to karstify, and below the Middle Triassic dolomite in pink, and the cave or the sumps you have seen are mainly controlled by, or the development of the cave and the sumps is mainly controlled by the geology in this case. The next plateau, we've seen Hagengebirge, the picture. This is already Germany, the Königssee. Salzburg is somewhere up here. And Hagengebirge, there is no caves, no deep systems or no long systems hitting the water table. But I bring this spring and the related cave as an example for the fluctuations in the karst water, in the water table. If you under low water, you can go down the cave 220 meters below the entrance. You find this nice sump, and data loggers were installed in this sump, and they show fluctuations of up to 220 meters during floods. So during floods, water emerges at the cave entrance. This is a time series from 2012 to 2019. So at least once a year, the water rises for 150 meters. The next example is directly south of Salzburg city. It's also important for the water supply of the city of Salzburg, the Untersberg, with the Riesending Schachthöhle and the Kolowrat system. In total, it's some 70, 80 kilometers of, or almost 100 with the smaller caves, 100 kilometers of caves have been mapped there. And here, especially with the use of data loggers, which are the red dots, under normal conditions, a completely flat water table could be measured for more than at least 3 kilometers of length. So they could even use the measurements from the data loggers, because they're completely, at least during some conditions, they behave completely simultaneous to correct the depths of the Riesending Schachthöhle. At almost 700 meters above sea level, and 3 kilometers, fluctuations of the water table are up to 50 meters. The entrance picture is one of these nice sumps in Kolowrathöhle. And if you look, here's another different section. Here's again this water table. In the gray is the Dachsteinkalk, the limestone, and in the dolomite there is some caves hitting siphons, but it's irregular. And then there is some kind of overflow down to the actual spring. So this water table is not at the base of the system, and it's still 260 meters above the base level, above the river in the valley. Next examples are from Tennengebirge, southeast of Salzburg, the second biggest plateau. And first we look at the northwestern part and then on the central part. This is a graphic stone from Philippe Audrin. And you have the Bruneckerhöhle, where you have sumps at the base level. But there is a quite extensive, at least 1 kilometer, more or less, depending on the accuracy of the cave survey, more or less horizontal water table, but it's 250 meters above the base level. And then there is at floods, this overflow is reached and water goes through Bruneckerhöhle directly to the valley. If you want to have more details, then go to Philippe's paper in, where is it? Which journal? 2002. Cave and Karst Science, yeah. If you go to the north-south section in the central part of Tennengebirge, several deep caves, and 2 are more than 1,000 meters deep, and they are, depending on the accuracy of the survey, more or less, they hit a karst water table that corresponds to the springs. It's only 120 meters above the base level, and in the south, again, you see that the caves reach the dolomite, get small, but there they didn't encounter any sumps. the areas we have seen so far have been glaciated. So this is a map of the last glacial maximum in the Alps. We are here in Postojna, and this was the area. And now we go to areas outside the glaciated areas. We are far more in the east now, and this mountain is called Tonion. It's in Styria, and there was a tracer test to a 5.3 kilometer. The tracer emerged at one spring only, and here is a major cave system. It's almost 600 meters deep, and there is a very. It's not 100% clear because the tracer was not injected in the cave, but several hundred meters away. But if this cave discharges to that spring, then there is a very low gradient, less than 100 meters for 5 kilometers, so less than 0.6 degrees. And the spring is more or less at the base level, 10 meters above the river. And in the cave, we could observe at least 50 meters of backflooding. And one more example, a bit further to the east, is a gallery, artificial gallery, at the base of the Schneealm plateau. Sometimes there is more than 1 kilometer of limestone above this gallery. The gallery was made for the Viennese water supply to deliver water from the south side towards the catchment of the Vienna water main, and there's an 8 kilometer long gallery at the base of the Schneealm. So here you see a geologic profile. Here's the gallery. This is about 1 kilometer, and there's only little fluctuations, so the maximum pressure within this gallery is intersected by doors, let's say, and in these sections, the maximum pressure measured was 5 bars, so only approximately 50 meters of fluctuations of the water table, and again, a very small gradient. If you assume that in the middle of the gallery there is a fluctuation of 50 meters, and only the water table is approximately 50 meters above the base level inside the mountain. So first conclusion, on the one hand, we saw that in the formerly glaciated areas, there is a relatively flat water table, several hundred meters, somewhere 250 was in some plateaus, 250 meters above the base level, and then towards the margin of the massifs, it quickly drops. Sometimes the springs are above the valley bottom or close to the valley bottom, but rather quite elevated above the base level, and then the drop. So interpretation could be that the caves did not adjust to the glacial over deepening of the valleys. And then we have seen the areas not affected that much by glaciation. The water table is only a few tens of meters above the base level. And one exception was the completely horizontal water table we found in Untersberg, at least 3 kilometers, completely flat during normal hydrologic conditions. And maybe, but still 200 meters above the base level. And maybe it's purging of a spring and flooding of pre-existing big conduits that this can exist, but that's just a theory. And then more or less no water table. We see if there is a lithologic boundary, especially between limestone and the dolomite below, as we have seen for Lamprechtsofen or for the central part of Tennengebirge. And I brought the example from Bärenhöhle, where the fluctuation is at least 220 meters, maybe 300 meters. And in another cave, Hillertshöhle, I didn't show, also there from observations in the cave, from sediment redeposition, etc., we can say that there is also 200 meters of fluctuation in Dachstein. How much time? Yeah. Okay. So another nice story on that is the longest cave system in Austria, the Schönberg-Höhlensystem. Again, we go to the glaciated parts to Todesgebirge. It's a total of 165 kilometers and depth is 1,060 meters. And there are two major springs, one in the south and one in the north. We will see a section now. This is vertically exaggerated. So this is the cave system, and some parts reach quite deep. They get flooded up to 950 meters above sea level, and the permanent sumps decline towards the north. And there is another cave, but the cave survey is quite old and it's unclear. And so under normal conditions, the water goes to the north. And here in the south is a small spring, normally only maybe 10, 20, maybe 100 liters of discharge. And during severe floods, it rises 10 or 20 cubic meters per second. But almost you cannot observe maybe 500 liters per second in that cave. And we observed this morphology in the deep parts of the cave. And this is the sump at the deepest point of the cave. Very nice. No one has dived yet, which is a pity. And we plan to place data loggers there. And we made very nice morphologic observation, a gallery, which is more or less an overflow shortly before that sump. And in the picture on the left is illuminated from the left, and this one is illuminated from the right. And so you see in the lower parts of the profile, you see scallops going to the right, and in the upper part, you see scallops indicating flow to the southwest. So our interpretation was that under medium flow, there is vadose flow to the southeast, and if the water rises, there is some constriction, water is backflooding, and then big amount of water is going to the south. And a schematic profile of the whole section during low flow, when we can observe this, we just know this red circles. And so this is the sump, and behind that sump must be we postulate a constriction. And during medium flow, about 1 cubic meter of water goes to the north, to the small spring, let's say. And during high flow, there is a constriction, water floods back over to reach some overflow, and then it goes to the spring in the south. This was recently published in the International Journal of Speleology, and we will try to justify this model with data loggers in the sumps and in the spring. Okay, that's all from me. And thanks for your attention, and maybe there are some questions.
Thank you, Lucas. Are there any questions? One hand, just
Philippe.
Very far away. What about if you scream?
Thank you, Loki, for this nice presentation. When you were mentioning that you have a huge flat water table in Untersberg, how can you be sure it is really flat? It means how can you ensure the accuracy of the cave survey, giving the altitude of the water table in deep caves?
It's not my work. It's mainly done by Giorgio Höfer and Georg Zagler. But from the behavior of the loggers, because they behave completely under certain hydrologic conditions, they behave completely simultaneous. So that's why they interpret that it's completely flat and that they are at the same level. So you don't see that if there would be an overflow, they wouldn't behave completely simultaneous. If there would be some step and some overflow. You don't believe it? Okay.
Another question.
I've never seen reverse scalloping as sharp and clean as that from a single cave site. How far apart are the two pictures you showed us, the distance?
Can you again? No, it was the same one side.
Yeah.
Just to make it clear, because sometimes scallops you have to put the light on one side. It was the same side.
Ah.
Maybe I can explain once again.
Okay, please.
If the
Yeah.
You doing or?
No, other way. Right at the end.
Yeah. This one. It's the same. Just it's the same profile. Once illuminated from the right, once illuminated from the left, so you can see the difference in the scallops. And in the lower part, you clearly see that they pointing flow direction to the north-northeast, and in the upper part, opposite flow direction. And this is some overflow.
Yeah.
The vertical size of the picture is approximately the whole profile is 3.2 meters, and this lower part we cannot. So the picture is maybe from here to here, and the scallops in the lower part are 5.5 centimeters long on average, and above it's 3.9 centimeters. So and from we measured the profile, and from this approximate transition, let's say, we estimated the flow in the lower, vadose flow in the lower part, overflow in the lower part of 1.1 cubic meter per second, and if the whole profile is flooded, then it's 7 cubic meters per second to the other direction.
I was interested because we manufactured scallops in plaster of Paris in the late 60s, an experiment, until the dean of the university, of the science faculty, whose office was underneath our experimental lab, insisted we shut down. And we tried to reverse by simply reversing the flow on a surface, and we never got clean pictures.
Okay. Yeah, but it's quite. I was quite convinced.
The last question.
It's more just a comment. When I was making my PhD in Hölloch, I measured the Fließfacetten, but also I put moulinet, propeller in the passage, and I could realize that we had flow in one direction under some conditions, and flow in the other conditions, other conditions. So I can really agree what you say.
Thanks. Okay.
Thanks everybody
Thanks again.
And thanks Lucas. But now we need to move on, and I'm kindly inviting Oliver Koit from the Tallinn University to present us his studies on the Estonian karst.
So thank you, Natasha. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure, honor to be here. I even brought the certificate just to be, And as I was introduced, my name is Oliver. I come from the Tallinn University in Estonia, and I will briefly present the preliminary results of the exploration of hydrological sensitivity of surface water and groundwater in Estonia. We just started a new project. It's a big project, but our team is responsible for mapping out the water bodies affected by climate change, and then to develop support measures for resilience. And a few words about Estonia. It is located in the Boreal region between high latitudes of 57 to 60 degrees approximately. We have a mean precipitation about 750 millimeters per year, and 20% of this on average is snow. Total evaporation removes about 550 millimeters, leaving about 200 millimeters for surface and groundwater runoff. The spring snowmelt is the most important hydrological event of a water year. This is evident when we look at the correlation between snow water equivalent and discharge and compared to precipitation versus discharge. Also, in addition to snow deposition, during the warm season, the evapotranspiration controls the discharges or groundwater recharge. So this is also evident in the correlation here with discharge. Also to highlight the importance of snow melt and snow deposition in the hydrological sensitivity of our region, here are two examples of cross-correlation functions from two water years, the 1819, which was a historically drought year everywhere in Europe, and another year, the next one, during which we didn't have snow deposition. So here we can see that during the somewhat normal year with snow deposition, there is almost no cross-correlation between precipitation and discharge, while there is quite normal looking one during a year without snow deposition, so rainfall throughout the whole year. And to overcome this, we can use modeled groundwater recharge, which we can see here quite well matches with the snow water equivalent in orange. And when we look at the precipitation, this is doing something, I don't know what it's doing, but it's not giving us the normal looking functions. Few words about the hydrogeology of Estonia. It's a flat country with mean elevation about 50 meters above sea level and goes up to 320 in the southeast Estonian uplands. We have Ordovician Silurian carbonate rocks in the northern half, outcropping, and Devonian sandstones in southeast. And the bedrock is covered by a quaternary cover, approximately 5 to 10 meters thick, and can go up to 150 meters in the southeastern uplands, which was the accumulational area of the last glaciation. The relatively flat-lying, slightly south-inclined aquifers of Estonia are part of the Baltic Artesian Basin, which largely covers the Baltic region. We have 7 major karst regions, the Kohila and Pandivere being the most remarkable ones, and approximately 30% of the domestic water is abstracted from karstified carbonate aquifers. Furthermore, we can divide the territory into two: the lower Estonia, which is the lowland part, which was more affected by proglacial lakes and the earlier stages of Baltic Sea after the last glaciation, and then the upper Estonia, which is the elevated upland area, which resumed earlier to the meteoric circulation. And in lower Estonia, we have less permeable quaternary sediments, lower gradient, more peatlands, mire basins, and in upper Estonia, thicker but more permeable quaternary sediments, and overall better drainage and gradient. And based on that distinction, we can also define the most common karst systems in both regions. In lower Estonia, we have commonly binary karst aquifers that drain allogenic mire basins or peatland basins, like in this case, in addition to the autogenic recharge area. And in upper Estonia, they are primarily autogenic. And this is also evident in these two autocorrelation functions. In the lower Estonia, we have flashier systems with less memory, and in the upland, we have longer memory and somewhat more diffuse flow characteristics. What has been predicted for Northern Europe and Estonia is, in conclusion, up to 3.5 degree increase in winter temperature, and up to 15% increase in precipitation, but in half of the territory, there could be also decrease of 5% of precipitation by 2070. Yeah. And this might result in reduction of drought length, increase of storm events, decrease in floods, namely the spring floods, and the overall decrease of snow cover, duration, and depth altogether. So, which catchments are the most sensitive to climate change? We were interested. And we, out of the 51 gauge catchments in Estonia, we selected the 43, which were all below the level of 1,000 square kilometers. And then we went on calculating all kinds of parameters. We analyzed the stream flow data for the 11 water years from 2011 to 2020, the catchment geology, land cover data, climatic data for all of these water years. And then we came up with 86 parameters and a lot of data points. And here are a selection of parameters presented based on which we calculated the clusters of catchments. And during this presentation, I will only focus on the autocorrelation function results, aka the memory effect, the correlation the time series has to its copy, or its analog, and then the cross-correlation function, namely what's the correlation between recharge and discharge signal, and the base flow index. These are commonly used in karst studies elsewhere. Firstly, the clusters. So we got 4 clusters that were somewhat made sense to me somewhat. Out of these 4 clusters, the carbonate upland cluster, this is the pink one here. No, it's the purple one. This one is pink. This had the highest yielding aquifers on average, while the sandstone upland here in the south, these had the lowest yielding aquifers. Also in the southeast, we get the thickest quaternary cover, and in the lowland clusters, the plateau and lowland, these 2 clusters, we get the thickest peat and glacial lacustrine sediment deposits, or layers. So about the memory effect. Here I picked out some of the correlations that I managed to interpret. So first of all, we can see that carbonate rocks or carbonate aquifers, the higher yielding aquifers have a positive correlation with longer autocorrelation lags, as well as negative correlation with ACF variability. So they vary less in carbonate aquifers. Moreover, ACF lags are correlated positively with regulation time and base flow index, but negatively correlated to flow duration curve slope, which is shows how intensively the storage is depleted. Moreover, the variability of autocorrelation lags is greater in the upland catchments, which we can see from the elevation, as well as the level of, or the groundwater level depth in contrast to the surface. Also the thickness of quaternary deposits. And in general, the ACF lags had a positive correlation with air temperature. And this is actually makes some sense that ACF lags are not only connected to the geological characteristics of the catchment, but also to the hydrometeorological characteristics of the particular water year. So during drier years with longer spring recession or spring flood recessions, the lags were also longer because the drop was longer for a longer period or deeper. Yeah. So in terms of clusters, we get the longest lags in the carbonate upland. Thank God the honor of karst aquifers is saved here once again for being the most water yielding. Also the variability of memory is the lowest. Also, as I mentioned previously, that the aquifer yield was the highest in the upland, carbonate upland, and it was the lowest in the sandstone uplands. If we look at the sensitivity of ACF lags by cluster to climatic variables, we can see, not going into details, we can see that the lowland cluster has the most or the significant correlation with different climatic parameters, while the sandstone upland is pretty much the more insensitive one to different climate variables. When assessing the event sensitivity through cross-correlation analysis, we used a groundwater recharge modeled with PRMS modeling software for a single water catchment. This is this one here. And we use this input signal for all of the other catchments. And from these results, we can see that the lowland catchment has the highest correlation, the highest response to the recharge signal, and the shortest lag to the signal. And it's the opposite in the, I went too far. The opposite in the carbonate upland. Here the correlation between the signals is the lowest, and the delay until an effect in discharge is the longest. Also, we can elaborate some of the correlations here. We can see that the CCF correlation is negatively correlated to elevation. So in uplands, the catchments are less sensitive to the recharge signal. Obviously, not obviously, but the CCFR, or the correlation coefficient, has a negative correlation with base flow index, and it's positively correlated to variability of base flow and discharge. Also, we can see here that catchments with peat and marine sediments are positively correlated with higher CCF correlation coefficient. And finally, we get more drought days in catchments where there is higher cross-correlation coefficient. Few words about also the base flow index. First of all, we can see that the highest index was seen in the upland catchments. Also, the variability was lower in both cases, but we can see that the recession coefficient was the highest in the upland catchments, even more in the sandstone uplands. So I can try to elaborate on this, that the sandstone has a higher storage coefficient. However, it drains the water slower, so the drainage is lower. So this is reflected in the recession coefficient and the alpha values. And these are the recession coefficient is lowest in the lowland catchments, and the alpha, which shows the intensity of drainage or the release, this is the highest in lowland catchments. And if I try to conclude these findings, I came to the conclusion that the lower Estonian or the lowland catchments were the most sensitive or more sensitive to climate change, most likely, and for a number of reasons. They had greater ACF variability, they had low base flow index, the contribution of base flow was lower, and the variability was greater, and this indicates poor storage capacity. Drained peatlands and glacial aquastream marine sediments are common in these lowland catchments, which are, they make a poor aquifer in general. The vadose zone and epiphreatic zone is shallower in the lowland catchments. Still, this also contributes to the poor storage capacity, but also it has a low buffering capacity as well. And they have higher sensitivity to recharge events and flashier drainage. This is also because many of these lowland catchments are artificially drained to enhance the naturally poor gradient. And the upland catchments seem to be less sensitive to climate change, and this is also evident in this map, where the number of drought days, the average number of drought days during the last 11 water years is shown. As we can see that in the sandstone and carbonate uplands there was pretty much 0 drought days, while the peat-dominated lowland catchments had could have quite a number, up to 2 months of drought days per water year. So thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Oliver, for this interesting presentation. Is there any question? No questions. Okay, then we go on. Next speaker is Robert Lončarić. He will present us the concepts of water flow from Alberto Fortis, a scholar from the 18th century.
Okay, thank you, and now something completely different. I will try to introduce to you a few concepts or a few basic, or maybe not, a few basics idea about karst flow and about water flow in karst in the works of Italian naturalist Alberto Fortis, which he traveled along the Croatian coast back in late 18th century, and he came up with some ideas which are often, I feel, maybe even neglected when we are talking about the history of karstology. And I also feel that he should be mentioned when we are talking about the development or the evolution of karstology, or in general, or evolution of hydrology and ideas of karst hydrology. So let's begin. He's best known, Alberto Fortis is best known for his two books. The most famous of his books is Viaggio in Dalmatia, or Voyage in Dalmatia, which he wrote in 1774. He also wrote one other book, Saggio di Osservazioni, in 1771, which is the result of his first journey to the eastern Adriatic coast. I should mention that in his travels he was often accompanied by scientists from his time, of course, and most of his ideas and most of his concepts about karst he developed during the travels with these scientists, and talking to them and talking also to the local population. And he was accompanied, among others, he was accompanied by Giovanni Arduino. The colleagues from Italy will know him. He is one of the founders of stratigraphic chronology, and he is considered as the father of Italian geology. So, what we are going to talk about is few areas, few things, few phenomena. Vransko jezero lake on island of Cres, Raša river in Istrian peninsula, Cetina river in the south of Croatia, and we will talk about his ideas and his findings about submarine springs or vruljas along Croatian coast. So, but first of all, I should mention that he had some confusing terms in his works, confusing in terms of karstology. Back then, of course, karstology wasn't a science, and we didn't know, people didn't know much about karst. So when he writes about limestone, he calls limestone sandstone or marble. When he writes about caves, when he writes about speleothems, he calls them marble or alabaster. When he talks about flysch, he calls flysch clayish earth or marly earth or soft rock. So we'll begin with his findings about the Vransko jezero lake in the island of Cres, which is a sort of karst phenomena by itself, which is a lake in otherwise waterless area. As you know, probably know, the Croatian islands are part of Dinaric karst. so very poor surface hydrology. This lake is about 5.5 kilometers of area and contains about 220 million cubic meters of water. And so in 1771, prior to publishing his first book, he went to Cres Island and he visited the lake. He even left us with this map of Cres Island, and here is the lake. And he believed that the lake was created in what he called marble depression. We now, of course, know that lake is actually formed within the Dolomite depression. He also talked about the depth of the lake, which he said that is between 4 and 4.7 meters deep, which was completely wrong. Now we know that the lake is actually quite deep. It's 74 meters deep. But this is one of his rare mistakes which he made about this lake. He took a boat ride on the lake, and he observed the coast of the lake, and he wondered about the origin of the water in the lake, because talking to the local population, they told him that the lake, that the level of the lake is not constant. The level of the lake is fluctuating throughout the year, and he compared that to the Cerkniško jezero lake, or accounts of Valvazar about Cerkniško jezero lake. So he wondered about the origin of the water of the lake, because as you can see, the island is quite small. It's typical karst island. So he wanted to know where did this water come from. So he was thinking about where could it come, all this water, where could it come from, and he concluded by talking to local population, by looking into previous accounts about the lake. He concluded that the origin of the lake, or the origin of the water in the lake, must be local. So that all of this water comes from the local catchment area. And in the next 200 years, the scientists were discussing and were also wondering about the origin of the water in the lake. So, for instance, Lorenz in 1859 suggested that the lake water comes not from the local catchment area, but from the neighboring Istrian Peninsula. And in 1947, Poljak supported this Lorenz theory. And in 1873, Meyer argued that the lake is fed through the local catchment area. And it was only in the late 20th century when the lake experienced the significant drop of water, or the level of the water dropped for a few meters, and scientific community was worried about this drop of the water level, and they have started a series of research in this area, and this series of research led to a conclusion that the Vransko jezero lake, the water in the lake, is actually from the local catchment area, and they have calculated that the catchment area is roughly about 25 square kilometers. So in this case, Fortis was right about the origin of, local origin of the water. The other case, or the other example of Fortis's ideas about the flow of water in karst is from Istrian Peninsula, Rasha River, which is here on this map from 1753, so 2 decades prior to Fortis' visit in this area. So he discussed about the origin of water again in this part of the Dinaric karst. So what he found out that Rasha River, at the river mouth of Rasha River, he observed a lot of sediments, river sediments, which were, the quantity of these sediments was far too big for such a small river. And so he believed that the Rasha River should have been longer, and that actually was flowing from here, from Nanos Mountain, towards the Adriatic Sea. And this is the reason why it had such a large amount of sediments at the river mouth. So in 2017, Benatz et al. Concluded that Russia, in fact, delivers annually 80,000 tons of sediment at the river mouth, and the reason why is that it's flowing to Flysch. So it collects the sediments from Flysch and deposits it in the river mouth. So Fortis' idea was that it was the river was too rich in sediments to be such a short river, and he concluded that it must have been a lot longer. We can skip this part and move to the next example, which is the example of Cetina River, which is the river in the south of Croatia, a typical karst river. And again, when he visited this area, he again wondered about the origin of water. He was kind of maybe even obsessed with this, where this large amount of water in karst comes from. Because what he observed is that the river, the Cetina River, and the source of Cetina River or springs of Cetina River are too rich in water that the area surrounding the Cetina River is too small to feed such a large river with water. So he believed that the visited springs are not true river source, but that there are remains of much larger river, and that the flow of the river was disrupted by the tectonics. So he believed that these mountains were uplifted and that they somehow disrupted the flow of the river from the inlands. And that the river, that actually, when talking to the local population, he concluded he found out that there is a connection between Cetina River, the level of water in Cetina River here, and the level of water in Buško Blato Lake here, on the other side of the Dinaric mountain. So what we know now, because again, because of the extensive researches in the last 100 years in this area of Cetina River, what we know now that there actually is a connection between Buško Blato and Cetina River, or that there actually is the exchange of water through the Dinaric mountain between the hinterland and the Cetina River catchment, and that this is a typical karst river with over 2,700 square kilometers of indirect catchment with complex groundwater circulation. So again, Fortis was right. And moving on to the last case, the case of submarine springs. He visited the area of Gacka and Lika river in Croatia, which are typical karst rivers with springs on one side of the Karst Polje and ponors on the other side of Karst Polje. And he concluded by visiting and by observing this area, he concluded that the water which flows here in the underground, in the ponors, is appearing again in the Velebit channel here along the coast in the forms of submarine springs. And the reason and the evidence for that he found by talking to the local population. They told him a story about some wooden dishes, some plates or bowls, which were lost here in Gacka River, and they appeared again here along the coast. These plates, these dishes, emerged here in submarine springs. So he believed, unlike the older authors who believed that the submarine springs are actually underground river mouths, he believed that the submarine springs were indeed that the Vruljas are indeed submarine springs. And in new researches, such as this done by Stroj in 2010, his PhD study, PhD dissertation, corroborated the Fortis' accounts, and once again, the new research proved that Fortis was in fact right. And he also talked about the sea level rise. We don't have much time, but I'll try to explain what he found out about the sea level rise. he writes about the traditional opinion. He understood that the sea level is not constant, that the sea level is fluctuating, that the sea level rises and drops. And the traditional opinion for reasons for sea level rise is that land accumulates in the sea, which causes sea level to rise. He dismissed this idea, and his idea was that there is a cycle of sea level rise and fall. He believed in the late 18th century, he firmly believed that the sea level is fluctuating, actually. In short, instead of conclusion, what can we say were the reasons for Fortis's success in understanding the flow of water in karst, understanding the movement of water in the karst, especially in the karst underground. So first of all, it was the study of existing literature. The second is a company of noted naturalists. The third is in situ personal observations, because he believed that that one should only write about things that one visits. If you didn't visit something, don't write about it. And knowledge of the local population. He believed that you should always ask the locals and listen to what locals have to say, write it, and consider it when you are thinking about what happens in nature. Or, to summarize, he believed in fieldwork, and some more fieldwork. And this is his idea about the project, that the greatest damage done by project of madmen is that they also discredit all the feasible project. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you also for respecting the time. Are there some questions, maybe? A quick one. Nobody? Okay. Nobody. Then we have got another presentation from Croatia. Again, something different. Now, Nenad Buzjak will tell us about the cave microclimate monitoring.
Good afternoon to you all. First of all, at the start, I would like to take some moments to express my gratitude to the all people from the Institute to organize these beautiful schools in which I attend from 1996. To everybody, from Franci, who supported idea about project we just started, to Natasha, to Tadej, Metka, Nadia, who provided the books when I was a student, but also to Franjo, who provided me maps, which I needed, to Maya, who let me in the library, and to Shutko, who gave me opportunity to use the copy machine when I had an idea to take all the library with me back to home. So thank you to them, and also for the opportunity to meet such nice people like Professor Ford, Lauritsen, Philip 1, Philip 2, and all the others. Once upon a time, when my son was a kid and started to playing basketball, he asked me, "Dad, why you keep going to Postojna? We were already there for 20 times. What is going on there?" And I told to him, "Look, imagine that you can, for a small amount of money, go to the meeting and to hang out with the basketball players which are your idols, like LeBron, like Michael Jordan, like Dirk Nowitzki." And he never asked me again anything about Postojna. Yeah. So let's go to the job. I totally changed the concept of the presentation, which was announced in the abstract. And this presentation is, well, combination of what we wrote, but also result of discussion which Aurel, Christos, Dalibor and I held in the last week when we had one big field work during 7 days in Croatia. We will speak about our depths, our lack of knowledge, a lack of time to read everything what is published in daily basis, and also some problems which we were gathered on, maybe only to prevent that somebody else makes our mistakes. So, first question is about cave climate. What is cave climate or macroclimate? Is it really a climate? Do we have to measure it for 30 years, like we have to do it on the surface? What is the purpose? How and where to measure? Can we measure more with less? And of course, how will the cave environment be affected by climate change? Maybe I should start with some of the beginnings. I will not read it all because we decided that we will put this presentation on a project page and you could read it by yourself. But it's strange that even today, almost, how much time is it? 100 years after Carl Eigenmann, American ecologist, wrote that cave climate is not constant, and he introduced this idea about zoning of the caves. You have some papers where authors in the first sentence write that caves have constant climate. It's not true. There is many questions about what is going on in the physics of the caves, about their atmosphere. Should it be similar to mean annual temperature of the surface? But where is that in the cave? You show Lucas maps of deep shafts in Alps. I work these models mostly in some simple caves where I have problems to have conclusion. Imagine mess in that deep caves down there or in our deep caves on Velebit Mountain. So on and so on. What is cave climate? What is the purpose of research? It mostly depends on who is researching. Is it a cave explorer who will use the data about cave climate to know what were in the cave, or to trace some air current to find new passages? Or an archaeologist who is very, very interested in caves as a places to find cultural remains? Or if you're reading a lot about the cave microclimate, very serious and very good papers were written by the Spanish archaeologists and researchers concerning the protecting the cave art. Or paleoclimatologists, or biologists, or geomorphologists who is trying to explain some processes. How to measure? Now we are using two ways, two methods. One is spot measurement, which we tried to define here, and I hope we were successful, but I will like to hear your thoughts maybe later. Like singular activities of collecting data about climatic parameters using portable instruments, handheld instruments, which you always take in and take out of the cave when you finish. Two types, occasional or systematic. But it is not a measurement that is performed only once a year, which could be give you totally wrong data, as I show you later, or measure. It's better measure as more as possible during a year to see extremes, which you can lose if you have too little number of measurements. And also automated measurements, which we perform by loggers. And when we download data from loggers after 2 years in an ice cave, it is a huge excitement what we will find out, or was logger working or not. See this. In some papers I wrote recently from one group of professionals, I will not name it. They go to monitoring, take some thermometer used for checking is meat raw in the oven. They put some measurements, they get the data like this, and if they connect it with the lines, they conclude that this cave has a constant temperature. This is irregular. Is this temperature stable? According to this data, yes. But if you have another dots, you can see that this is not the case, that this is not the real, because if you have too many measurements, you will miss extremes. Of course, this is extreme example, just for showing what I wanted to show you. Also, very important thing during the research, maybe for younger researchers, is to keep data about data, or metadata. General metadata on the cave site should be date, time, meteo situation. Also on measuring location, which you record only once when you're establishing measuring points, listed here. And this is my action pack I wanted to show you. Of course, the most important thing somebody stressed today is to protect your equipment. And this is used in a few locations to measure, to do the spot measurements. This CO2 meter, which is very good for the money for you, for which you can buy it, because this is one very important thing you should look when you're buying instruments. Can it be calibrated? This model is not the original one. The original one costs three times more, but the sensor for CO2 in this Chinese model is completely the same like the American. So it's good. And also you can calibrate relative humidity. Probe thermometer, very good for taking measurements in water, air, and soil, but something what is missing here is that I usually carry with me a nail or screwdriver for punching a hole in the sediment, because if the sediment is too dry and very strong, resistive, you can break this probe and your measurement is over. Of course, spare batteries, notebook. This lid is very good to place a map of the cave inside. Some tools, some bags I use using chalk to be green in cave, not to leave any marks. And also desiccant. I put this because this is modern now, but I think that most people born before 2000 know that they're not allowed to eat this. Like drinking water from the accumulator or eating the box where pizza is packed. So there is pro and cons. Of course, if you measure it right, if you know what you are doing, if you're checking your instrument regularly, you can produce very good data. Cost is very important. Also, this is low tech, because with basic instruments, you can do a good measurements. And now I'm not talking about smartphone, no matter how smart it is, or smartwatch. More flexibility, because you can choose different locations if you feel something is happening on. You can measure occasional phenomena, and also you can get more data. Many things, of course, can go wrong. What is not good? Not continuous, so even I came to measurement locations every month, or 2 times in a month, you could miss extremes, and so on. Automatic logging, I will put it aside because this is not the topic of this lecture. Here I would like to show you some examples. First one is from Skarishuara cave, where Aurel is working. Here you see the thermal pictures of the ice block, which was measured only once, but used to determine, according to cold air avalanche, where to put loggers to measure these events. This is one location in Croatia which I show you to ask you which temperature would you choose from all these data which were collected 2 days ago to say what is the temperature of that cave. You see, it's very, very complicated because entrance part is completely different from the lowest part, and this lower part is completely different from this part at the end of the cave. Here now we have 13 data loggers in cave, 1 on the surface, and 10 spot measurements in the cave, 1 here on the surface and 1 on one other point. And of course, when we are putting these data loggers every 5 meters to the ceiling, which is 32 meters high, the guy who was up there told me that there is a chimney and he feels air draft. So we have to change the location because we didn't want to record that. We wanted to catch this signal from the, as we suppose, warm air moving upwards. Maybe some challenges. This is the instruments we still use. It has many disadvantages, as you can see here. The most beloved by me, if battery is exhausted, it erases memory. So if the battery drop dead, you don't have any data. Also, some other things. It has some filter to prevent moisturing of the instrument, but 3 other holes which are not connected, covered. So we use some tape to cover it to prevent entering inside. Advantages of the instrument, relatively cheap. Well, it's not. It's about 600 euros. Uses batteries which you can buy in every store, and for my opinion, it doesn't produce anymore. So maybe this is the best thing. So people will not spend money on this. I will not say the word what I'm thinking about this because we lost a lot of data. We also did some battery test. You can read it later. And here is a strategy from colleague Neven Bocic, who is working in one cave, when he used 3 data loggers, and he had to choose. Should I have nice data from 3 locations, or not to do it, because always there is a failure with the battery, and that's why he started to do this. He have 2 loggers on the location, 1 outside. After 1 week, he switches. 1 logger from inside the cave, put out, dries up, and next week, so on, so on, so on. That's why we have, of course, there is always a person who is victim for doing this changing. Thank God this is a guy who is a ranger in this park, working in these caves, and he's willing to do it voluntarily. Thanks to that, we have a very nice series of data. Other strategy is spot measuring. If you don't have any other equipment with handheld CO2 meter, also there is a CO2 meter, but I'm not doing it every week, but I'm changing battery every month. During the winter, I'm using lithium batteries, and when it's warmer, I use Enelope Pro, which proved as excellent type of rechargeable batteries. So this is my plan for taking data from it. Some facts about this. I will not explain it now because we have no time, but I just wanted to show you the results. These are some new results. As you can see, from these spot measurements, we collected some very nice data. This is the highest point, which is the warmest, and this is the lowest point, which is the coolest, because during the winter, there is a cold air avalanche, which coolings down this part, and here you have a lake of cold air, which temperatures is about 1 centigrade. And also, we get a nice picture of seasonal changing of the CO2 concentration, but we have to take in account that this is a show cave, and also during the summer there is also some influences of the tourists. I don't have time anymore. I don't want to use time for posters, but this is one thing which is very interesting, and in this project our task is to try to develop loggers based on Arduino platform, which is quite cheap and could provide us a network of CO2 loggers. You will find all the data on our web page, because we want to make it open source completely, with all the themes, with all the code, which you will be able to use in your own projects. As you can see from the data from Christos, from Greece, which we use for determining connection between CO2 concentration and earthquakes, it can be done very, very easily. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Nenad.
Spend time, so
Yes,
can
you
go.
spent all the time for the questions. So during the coffee break and in the afternoon, in the evening, people will attack you. But thank you for sharing your experience. So I thank everybody for today's session, for especially the lectures and the audience. The poster presentations, please, the authors bring the poster presentations. Is there any other technicalities? Only posters are the most important. We see each other in 15 minutes at the Institute, right? Yes? Please don't get lost. So thanks everybody again for this session, and I'm closing. See you soon. Dear audience, thank you very much for your attention, for staying with us. See you tomorrow, right?